30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. slain. Killing spree. slain. An ally has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Here's the Shabibo rage. Let's watch Shabibo malding.
Not a red wave. This was not only not a red wave, it was not a red tide, it was barely a red trickle. Barely a red trickle, which means heads should roll. When your football team is expected to go 16-0, it's one thing if your football team then proceeds to go 14-2 or 10-6. If your football team proceeds to go 8-8, people get fired. The entire coaching staff, the entire leadership team in the Republican Party needs to go, and it needs to go now. Now, I spoke to the Republican House caucus back in 2021, and I said to them, if somehow you fail to take the House, given the conditions that you have been given, every one of you ought to lose your jobs. Well, they're barely going to take the House, and I mean barely going to take the House. The current estimate suggests that Republicans are going to win somewhere between 8 and 15 seats in the House. They started off with 212. That means they will end up on the low end at 220 out of 435, which means that they would have a 5-seat majority in the House after starting with just a 10-seat minority in the House. That is an extraordinary.
Well, he says this like he's in one of the main mouthpieces of the GOP. No. This is one area where Ben Shapiro, unironically, is closer to the Republican Party's operatives than he is to the Republican Party's voters. He's constantly trying to maintain this delicate balance of pushing the culture war shit while also simultaneously truly wanting to make an earnest effort to, like, you know, eviscerate Palestinians or make sure that, you know, there's even further tax cuts and further deregulation. Like, a lot of Republicans don't care. A lot of Republican voters just care about the culture war shit. Ben also cares about the Republican Party. Okay? He also maintains this delicate balance by hiring motherfuckers like Michael Knowles and Candace Owens to say the psychotic shit, Matt Walsh, to say the psychotic shit so he can turn around and sometimes say, I'm the reasonable person here. He's mad because he thinks that, he sees the writing on the wall that, like, not enough crazy folk are in the ranks of the loyalist ranks of the Republican Party to go out and vote on the...
I think it was mostly just a lot of Gen Z and millennials went out to vote. I think the turnout was really high. And Gen Z voted 3-1 for the left, and millennials voted 2-1 for the left, which are both super high, but I think those are just usually people that don't typically vote. I think since Trump, you're just going to see a lot higher voter turnout from the youth than normal, like permanently now. I think that was it. And then probably Roe v. Wade, because unmarried women voted, like, what was it? I think 67% of unmarried women voted to the left, and a lot of them probably showed up and may not have otherwise. I think just Trump and Roe v. Wade just both got a lot more people to turn out than normal. Because I think, like, here's the thing, Republicans have always had really good voter turnout, like, historically, because they're, like, older people who just have the time and resources and care to go vote. And young people are usually the ones who just never do. But that's probably changing now. That's my theory anyway. But yeah, it was mostly the MAGA candidates who lost. So there were a lot of Republicans who won who were, like, more distant from Trump. And the same kind of goes for the left. A lot of the far left candidates lost to the moderate Republicans. Like, just moderates across the board did really well, which is cool. Yeah, it looked like at the start of the night that it was going to be a landslide for Republicans. Because of Florida just came out the gates really strong. But it just fell apart throughout the night. Oh shit, this guy's in trouble. No flash and stuff. That sucks. Ah, close. At least we did get to deny him all this. Good dodge.
An ally has been slain.
Let's murder trans people campaign, or there's crime happening everywhere campaign.
I heard, well, like, when they voted, Gen Z was 3-1 Democrat. But I think it's cool to be, like, Republican for some Gen Zs, like the Andrew Tate Gen Zs. But it might also be ironic. I don't know if they actually vote that way or if it's just a fun image.
He'll keep pumping those narratives, but he recognizes that, like, there's more to it than that.
Fairly crappy result. In the Senate, the Republicans look like they are going to be on the losing edge of this one. Basically, the entire Senate comes down right now to Georgia, where it looks like there will be a runoff between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. Arizona, not all the votes are in because apparently all the votes in Arizona are counted by a single blind nun working in Mozambique. And so we have to take at least 7 years to count all the votes in Arizona. And the same thing holds true in Nevada. If you have to ballpark the outcome.
Yeah, dude, Western states are so bad at vote counting, though. It's true. The further west you go, the dumber the counting process gets, especially Southwest. He's not wrong about that. It's insane. It is literally insane. Like, California is great for many different things, but it is wild to me that it takes like 6 weeks minimum for like any consistent number to come out. It's always projections. Same with Arizona. Arizona takes too long. Nevada, oh my fucking God. What the fuck is happening, dude? The only reason why you get information out of California is projections. Like, it's so stupid. It takes like 6 weeks for like the true winner to officially be declared in California in any race.
Comes to those races right now. What you would figure is that Republicans, in order to gain control of the Senate, would need to
That's not how you say Nevada? Crazy.
take 2 out
Learn how to fucking count in Nevada, and then I'll say it
of
right.
those 3. Republicans, I think, may still take Nevada. It looks as though they're going to lose Arizona. And that runoff with Herschel will lead another Senate runoff in Georgia, this time featuring the extraordinarily flawed candidacy of Herschel Walker against Raphael Warnock. In an off-year election where Brian Kemp is not on the ballot to drag Herschel Walker off ballot. These are crap results.
Yeah, it's not good. He's right about that. You don't have Brian Kemp pumping Herschel Walker now. Brian Kemp is no longer on the fucking ballot. So if it's a 1v1 between Walker and Warnock, Warnock looks way better than Walker. This is the correct assessment. There's going to be national attention on Herschel Walker. Let's be real. Walker, not exactly the best candidate under the microscope. Okay? That's all I'm saying. The more attention is directed towards fucking Herschel Walker, the less his chances, the worse his chances are.
Bad results. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff. I'm not going to pretend that this is a wonderful evening for Republicans, or even that.
Like, you can't have more the I'm police actually moments from Herschel Walker and expect him to win. You know what I mean? The more he's under the microscope, the more he has to talk on camera, the more he has to like maintain positions, the more he's gonna say psychotic shit like I'm actually a cop, I killed people for fun, like, but then Jesus Christ saved me. Like, these are things he has said on the campaign run. Like, he said these things. Bro, stop. Stop. Stop this, please. Stop making these jokes. Dr. Oz, a Muslim Turk, which is a scary foreigner. Nah, man, they don't give a shit about that. Meg Ergale, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. No. The fucking anti-Islam shit only works for like Ilhan Omar because she wears a hijab and is pro-Palestine. Not gonna work for Dr. Oz. He's white as fuck. He's a New Jersey television billionaire, brother. At a certain point, you have to recognize, like, there is no, you know, he's a white man, okay? No one ever even considered him to be Muslim. In my opinion, it's hard to get takeaways from the middle 10% of the population to switch to they vote for every 2 years law. They're not the most rational bunch. Hard to pin that group down. I know. We need to dramatically change our outreach strategy. Okay? Progressives need to keep pumping out that outreach strategy that they thought was a failure under Bernie Sanders the second time around, but they need to keep fucking working at it. Democrats should be spending money in that direction rather than hyping up psychotic fucking election-denying fascist Christo-nationalist fascists, okay? It's nuts. They're Christian nationalist fascists, whatever. I was trying to make it cute. New York soon to be red state according to Ben Shapiro. Any truth to that? No, there is. You could fix New York, but New York has always been. If you remember, I've talked about New York politics a lot. I've told you, New York politics is and has always been a horrible, hyper right, like controlled by some of the most right-wing Democrats in the country. Not like right-wing in the same way that like Henry Cuellar is, but right-wing so much so that like they would rather maintain a stranglehold over like the Working Families Party in New York and the only way to do that is by aligning with fucking Republicans, as Cuomo did regularly. Okay? Then allow that machine to be overtaken by leftists. Let's take a look at some MAGA copium, though.
I got a question for you. Charlie may want to avoid the finger pointing right now, but I kind of don't. And I think that it's time for people to accept the reality of the civil war inside of the Republican Party. It does seem as though, talking about doing nothing, man, I have never seen anything more flaccid and linguini spine than the way that corporate...
I love Benny Johnson talking about flaccid, dude. Holy shit. The only time Benny Johnson is not flaccid is when he's looking up gay cruises, okay? And then saying, oops, how did these ads for the gayest cruise come up on my timeline? That's crazy. True. It's true. Long Island is also full of rich white racists with the highest paid police force in the U.S., obviously super Republican leaning. Yeah. New Yorker here. Lee Zeldin had insane support in the upstate where I live and in Long Island. He outperformed Trump in every single county, including the 5 boroughs, but not enough for him to win.
The corporate GOP approach to this very winnable election. Now, I think there's a lot of significance to be done, but you touched on McCarthy. I thought it was wild the way they rolled out this plan for America. I saw nothing about it. Nothing. I am obsessed with following the news. I got an entire team of young kids, 20 years old.
Oh my God, that's sus, bro. He said, I got an entire team of young kids. Yo, yikes, Benny. Chill, brother. What the fuck? Hey, yo, dude. What the fuck? Okay, Benny, calm down, brother. Calm down, bro. Calm down with your young kids. What the fuck?
All they do is look at clips online. Never once did I get a clip about Kevin McCarthy going base, going flamethrower, Kevin McCarthy rip-roaring. Never once!
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, they didn't. Kevin McCarthy never memed. That's why they lost. I love that. The big brains. You want to know? You want to know why Benny Johnson is not on Fox News and on the Charlie Kirk show instead? Because that's his analysis. Okay? Because he's a fucking idiot. That's why his show gets like 5 views on some forgotten platform. That's hilarious, dude. Nancy was constantly going viral. What do you mean? Yeah, that's why Nancy Pelosi is popping, because she goes viral with the laser eyes memes. To be honest, Gen Z came out for veteran because he knew how to utilize TikTok. Not the only reason, though. Meg Ergale, thank you for the 10 gifted subs again after the 25 gifted subs, allowing 35 people to no longer see the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now. It's 35 motherfuckers. That's one way to avoid. One way to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. Another way is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
An ally has been slain.
Cracky McWestside, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. The Idle Worm, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Huh.
I didn't get a single clip that, like, the corporate GOP did a single fire thing in collections. And we cover this day in and day out. We have the best damn people on the internet covering.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi wins, and the Democratic Party wins because it's Nancy Pelosi's titties, dude. That's it.
The hottest clips out there.
Rocket97, thank you for the 10 gifted. Lenny Clover, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Boost! I would have covered it. I have nothing against it. But I didn't get a single clip. Nothing.
God bless you, Ben, and we'll talk over the
Yeah, Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson, dude. He has his finger on the pulse, ladies and gentlemen. Quality analysis. Not enough based, groiped up clips from Kevin McCarthy. Yeah. That's why. Lee Zeldin outperformed expectations, but not outperforming the polls. Why? He's based. He's based and red-pilled, groiped up shouty. That's why. Totally.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, oh, sorry. I got, no, God bless. They released, I thought we were going to break. They released.
Bro, the GOP is in a weird predicament. Okay? The brainwashing is not enough to captivate white suburban voters. Okay? You went too far. And that's unfortunately the only weapon you have, because God forbid, you're not going to fucking run on, like I said, court reform, and you're not going to run on, cutting Social Security spending. You're not going to run on cutting benefits. That's a psychotic way to run. If you ran on that, you'd be a fucking Democrat. Let's be real. Only Democrats are dumb enough to fucking run on stupid shit like that, okay? Well, they don't even run on it, but they end up legislating that way regardless, okay? You're not doing that. You have to hit, you have to hit the fucking high notes. And the high notes are, unfortunately, a little too high. Apparently. Hard to believe this wasn't a winning message. Rocket97, thank you for the 10 gifted. Also, Lemon Clover, thank you for 5. I mean, that is what they fucking ran on. This is like every Long Island small business owner dickhead who wanted Lee Zeldin to be governor. No red wave means less content for you? Brother, I'm fine with that. You're crazy. If you think that America is not a fucking, is not a cesspool, if you think America is not going to always have a steady flow of content for me to make fun of, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? Remember, you guys said that in 2016. You said that in 2020. You said that when Bernie lost. You said there was not going to be anything. Every election cycle happens, and there's motherfuckers in here being like, dog, you're done. You're done after this election cycle. You know what I mean? Young 5 thank you, Body Pillow, thank you for the 5 subs. And you Dyson 19, thank you for the 5 subs. Go through any tweets with leading conservatives questioning why they lost so hard. We'll see women being concerned about abortion rights and all of them. Republicans dying on the abortion hill. Cream Pie King, thank you for the 5 the subs. Old baseball. What is this?
Get ready. No, bud. No. Hey, I know everything. I know. I may know more than Caroline, to be honest with you. Every one of your enemies, Sam, they joined up underneath. If any information you see coming down, you bet your bottom dollar, or you still have that somewhere along that line. Sam, I got you. I got you, Sam. I got you, Sam. I know you didn't think that, you know, I guess you thought we were just kidding. Let's get ready. No, bud. No. I know everything. I know. I may know more than Caroline, to be honest with you. Every one of your enemies.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Now that so
It is November 9th, 2022, and you're watching The Code Report. Since the dawn of man, the high priests of civilization have prophesized chaos, destruction, and change following a blood moon or lunar eclipse, like the one we saw yesterday. Today, it's becoming clear that those prophecies are 100% correct. Now, this is a Learn to Code channel, and I like to be positive and optimistic, but I think it's also important to be honest about the short-term headwinds facing tech right now. Becoming a programmer has never been easy, but I think it'll be even harder for the next year or two. Today, Meta announced layoffs of over 11,000 employees, and that's pretty huge when you compare it to Twitter's layoffs of 3,700 employees last week. That's mostly due to Zuckerberg's bad bets on the metaverse and ridiculous spending to go along with it. Meta, the company, is going to be fine. They're still very profitable and have tons of cash, but if you're looking for a FANG job in 2022, you might want to take the F out of the equation. You can also remove the A because Apple and Amazon have implemented hiring freezes. Google and Netflix are still viable options as of today, and then the missing FANG member Microsoft also recently implemented layoffs, so they might be out of the question for a while too. But most people don't work at FANG. There's a lot of other tech companies to consider. Unfortunately, they're also getting hammered, and we're seeing layoffs there as well. Robinhood cut 23%, Intel cut 20%, Snapchat 20%, Coinbase 18%, Lyft 13%, and even Stripe just laid off 14% of its workforce. And there are many others that you can check out on layoffs.fyi, a website that keeps track of all this stuff. As you can see, in 2021, there were almost no layoffs, and now we've seen huge increases throughout the entirety of 2022. In addition, many of the companies that went public are down anywhere from 50 to 95%. Like Upstart, an AI lending platform, has gone from over $300 a share to just $15 a share. Or Affirm, the buy now pay later company, has also collapsed more than 90%. It's all starting to look like the dot-com bubble 2.0. Everything went to hell when the Fed started raising interest rates to fight inflation, but inflation is still almost just as bad as it was before, which means these high interest rates are going to be around for a while. And that's bad for tech companies that operate at a loss because they need access to the easy money to finance things like new hires. Nobody wants to do layoffs. They're a last resort, but things may get worse before they get better.
And then there's Tom Sinkowski. He's useless. Go on.
In fact, I just got news that Salesforce is planning a big layoff. Nat Friedman, the CEO of GitHub, recently said that many tech companies are 2 to 10 times overstaffed, and everyone who's paying attention already knows this. When your startup has access to easy money, it's easier to just hire more people than to fire the low performers. The typical mantra is grow or die. If your user base and workforce is growing, it really doesn't matter how much money you're losing. If you play your cards right, eventually you'll get acquired or IPO to let someone else hold the bag. In many cases, it's not much unlike a Ponzi scheme. You have the founders and early investors like venture capitalists sitting at the top of the pyramid. They try to make the company grow really fast while not making money to attract more investors to pour more money into it. Finally, when you go public, you can unload your shares like the founders of Coinbase did before the stock plummets nearly 90% a year later. The losers at the bottom of the pyramid are institutional and retail investors who bought into the hype. Now, this isn't always the case, and sometimes you do have really great companies that go on to make money and change the world.
But what we're going to do is get rid of all these buttons and just make a giant screen.
But it's important to understand how the game is played. If you're a programmer, you're just a pawn in this game. However, pawns can be very important. None of these companies are going to be firing their top engineers. Software engineering is at the very core of what most of them do. Those jobs are only going away when the company goes bankrupt. So I think the key to doing well in this job market is to be hardworking and or be really good at what you do. And remember, this is only a phase caused by the recent lunar eclipse. Luckily, on April 8th, 2024, a solar eclipse will happen, at which point the Fed will pivot to usher in the next cycle of irrational exuberance. This has been The Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
So the race is in 12 hours. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I've done this before. It's just another run. Come here, sweetheart. Come on, sister. Don't call her a butthole. That's your sister. Go to bed, sister. How's your day going? Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much, sir.
We're ready. We're ready. We're feeling good.
This is the start right here. You have any tips for me for today's race?
Guys, let's take a little
Slow down. Slow down. Just slow down. Dressed and I'm ready. 10 minutes. 10 minutes until start time. How you feeling about today?
Feel great. It's beautiful weather out here. It's a little warm today for the marathon, but
5 minutes. 5 minutes till race time. Two minutes out. They've queued us up at the front.
Good luck.
1 minute. Just about there. The energy is. This is it. This is it. This is it. It's go time, baby! Number one on the course. Neva, how you feeling so far?
I'm tired. I'm tired.
That's mile one. It's good to be back. All right, that's it. We're over the Verrazano. Next stop, Brooklyn. All right, there it is. Mile 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
This part of the marathon story, is about accountability. Saturday, November 5th, 2022, the day before the marathon. I'm gonna come in somewhere between 3 hours and 4 hours. So imagine this is like a clock. Yellow here, this is 3 hours and 1 minute. This is my fastest marathon time ever. There's no chance I will achieve a 3:01. Pink here represents between 3:01 and 3:10. This would require a damn miracle to achieve. This window is a major reach. This is where I expect to land tomorrow. Good job, Casey. This is mile 3. Showing up is the hard part, and your time doesn't matter. But earlier this summer, when I was taking my training seriously, I should have been able to come close to 3:01. And then I just stopped, like I didn't put the work in. So if I don't earn a good time, it's my fault. Where? Oh, Casey!
Let's go, Casey!
That's mile 6. I gotta run 20 more. This is gonna get ugly.
Casey!
That's 10 miles. How you doing? I'm not doing good. What happened next shocked me. In a million years, I didn't see this coming, and it completely just, like, threw, it just... What's going on?
Well, I went big. I was really trying for PR, but between the heat and my calf, I just don't have it. I don't have it. So, you're running for us, buddy. Finish this race for me.
And just like that, my running partner, my friend of 20 years, a 2:58 marathoner in New York City, he was done. He bailed. He left the course. We were pacing each other. From that moment on, mile 11, I was on my own.
There he is. You got it. Little hill, little downhill. Go,
Let's go, Casey! Come on, Casey! Woo!
I just saw it halfway through mile 13. I'm walking. So I saw Neve at mile 12 and he said he was dropping out. I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. I'm I'm running. Here we go.
Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! KG! Oh, please, it's got me fired up! I'm back in it! I'm back in it!
Walking through mile 15, that will not be the last mile I walk. It's time to acknowledge that pain is just weakness leaving the body, and every step is getting stronger, right? Right. I can hear him.
That's me there. This was 12 years ago. This was my first ever marathon. And this was by far the hardest race I've ever run.
How you feeling? Nervous? I didn't see you for a while.
And since this race, every other race I've done has been easier. Every race until the New York City Marathon 2022.
How many miles is 30 kilometers? Come on, we gotta keep moving. What's happening? I'm in the Bronx. I'm not doing good. How you doing?
Welcome to the Bronx. We may be dying, but we're not dead yet.
The sunshine with your eyes closed, landing slowly on your skin. Keep you safe and hold you gently.
See, here's the thing about a race like this, on a day like this, in a city like this. It's not just about like running 26 miles. It's not just about the people doing it.
I see you, Casey. How you doing?
It's the crowd there to celebrate it. It's like the cops, the helpers there to enable it. Central Park South. Last half mile. This is what this city is. It's a collective shared experience for everyone involved, regardless of what their role is. There's not winning, there's not losing. It's just about doing because you can. And that is New York City. That's the finish.
Fish out the lake, climbing trees we could swing from.
Ashton, you beat me. You beat me.
Tongue faces sing songs, whispering the squeeze, little nothings while we giggle like kids. Scratch your name into the tree bar. You scratch my name beneath it, and scratching off a heart which I complete quick. We running out the bars like our name was actually bars. The sky was turning orange when I tripped and fell slow. Girl, you know.
Put the official badge underneath their name. That way people can still feel special and have the clout that they want while still paying us for Twitter Blue. No, Elon, I don't think you get it. I think people want to live in a virtual world where anything is possible and everyone looks like Nintendo Mii characters. Why don't we all just set our noses on fire and put shoes on our heads? What? What the heck are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were just listing dumb ideas. Are you guys developing social medias? Well, you see, Drew, the metaverse is going to be so much more than social media. It will be online. This is what we will merge with. Mark, that is not true. I think that Twitter is the future. Digital, down square, no bots, free speech. Beautiful. Verification. $8 a month. No, Elon. I think the future is going to be buying artwork within our metaverse that we get 48% a cut on that we don't actually have to make because they're all just digital media. Okay, I've already ranted about Elon, so I'm going to take Mark today because I can only handle one moron at a time. Drew, are you trying to say that the metaverse is stupid? Absolutely. Let's begin. These hype words are starting to drive me nuts. It's kind of like AI and 5G and metaverse all being associated with this futuristic technology that we're all eventually going towards, but it's clearly not going too well for Meta, who I have so many issues with to start to begin, whether it's buying out the competition, not having very many original ideas, going back on promises after they acquired Oculus, and I mostly think Mark Zuckerberg basically just got lucky with Facebook, and that became such a cash cow that now he's using it to fund all of these different avenues and different things that he thinks are going to pay off when clearly they really aren't. There are very few people actually interested or signing up for the metaverse despite them pouring literally billions and billions of dollars into this service, which the hilarious thing about it is it looks pretty crap. It has graphics that are probably worse than many PlayStation 2 titles, and the motion tracking is bad. Like, none of the billion-dollar resources are really showing in the end product. So that's one issue I have with them, but I take more issue with the fundamental concept. When I try to look up what is the metaverse, it's basically just a virtual second life. It reminds me of Dwight on The Office, who wanted to tune out what was going on around him, so he had these basically little Sims games where you got to do whatever you want. You can have a virtual house and a virtual job, and I guess Meta is typically always pushing the metaverse as this alternative to corporate boardroom meetings, which makes no sense in my mind, but it makes complete sense, I'm sure, in Zuck's mind, because to him, that's what, like, business is. It's not talking with people on a group chat or, you know, trying to sell people on a product, because clearly they're not very good at that. No, what Mark is used to in the business world is talking with lots of high-up executives at boardroom meetings, and everyone's sitting around a big table and pointing towards a TV screen. So in his mind, he's like, this is business, and we could have more business with so much more people if we had the metaverse, because now we just sell our very affordable $1,500 headset to everybody, and now it will track their facial emotions, and you can have boardroom meetings with people anywhere in the world. And in those boardroom meetings, dress the way you want, you can pretend you don't have legs, or you can have legs, whatever you feel like. And based on the way he's talked about it in podcasts and interviews and stuff, he describes it as he's trying to not build technology that we are interested in. He wants to focus on the social side of human interaction, which is great because he looks clearly like a guy who understands human behavior. So he's pitched the idea that, you know, just having a Zoom group call is not the same thing as an in-person board meeting, because sometimes at these board meetings, which I'm sure he's in 24 hours a day, you're able to, like, have a little side conversation. You're able to lean over to the chair and whisper to Meredith and say, I think the guy making this presentation doesn't make any sense. She goes, I'm your boss, you're gonna get fired if you keep saying stuff like that. So Zuckerberg knows you can't have those little side human moments where you pick up on emotion in eyes that I'm sure we'll pick up on in our Pixar Disney characters of ourselves. But Zuck is probably so busy talking in all of these meetings that he doesn't understand when you do, like, video group calls, if you want to have a little side conversation, you can just direct message that person. It's not that complicated if you want to have a little side conversation, and most people hate corporate boardroom meetings anyway, and that's kind of the general consensus in the business world, is you could just send emails. I mean, Elon even didn't want to hold personal meetings to fire people. He just sent out a mass email to, like, thousands that said, sorry, I guess we don't want you anymore because you didn't write enough lines of code. Maybe that would have been handled better in person. But ultimately, I think the metaverse is a solution trying to find a problem, and that problem doesn't quite exist. When there's businesses that need to do things in person, it's typically because there's a certain product or engineering that needs to take place that you can't necessarily do virtually. And I'm sorry, AR and the Meta Quest is not going to change that. And this is why I've never been that big a fan of virtual reality. I've ranted about it for years, and I'll probably continue ranting because there's two major issues that prevent it from becoming that immersive, and it essentially dumbs down to, okay, we don't really need to strap displays to our faces to experience what we're trying to experience virtually, because anytime you try to fix these two problems with VR or mixed reality, it makes the system more complicated, it makes it more expensive, and it makes it less intuitive, which is physical contact in motion. In the real world, we can walk around, we can move side to side. If you try to do that in the metaverse, you're probably gonna run into a wall, or because the virtual world is virtual and it's not actually going to stop you if you decide, I want to walk through this wall or walk through this window, you have to basically move around with joysticks, in which case, is it really that immersive if you don't have to use legs anymore and you can really only stand at one place of the living room, one place of your office? Otherwise, you might run into something, and you gotta be careful about what happens there. Same thing with physical contact. If you're doing work on a physical product or trying to showcase something in the virtual world, your hands, your arms won't stop when you grab something. You can reach through tables, you can reach through people, you can't smack people on the head when they annoy you, because physical contact in motion is always going to be this limiting factor when trying to do things virtual. I think there's just a few too many people that saw Ready Player One and were convinced that's what the future is going to be like, when in reality, I thought that was a pretty lousy movie, much better book, but the practicality of expecting everyone to buy the unified directional treadmills that we run on, or buying gloves that stop your hand from being able to clench when you want to pick up something in the virtual world, that's what's ultimately going to prevent these metaverses from becoming that immersive in the first place, in which case, if you don't need to walk around in this virtual environment and they're designed in ways that you don't have to worry about physical contact or motion, then why do you need to worry about covering up your eyes with monitors? I think Mark made a big bet on this being the future and he's trying to find use cases for it. I do think there's a lot more use cases for augmented reality, but that's not really what the metaverse is pitching itself as. You know, probably the most useful thing I could come up with the Meta Quest Pro is, you know, you put on this giant, bulky, expensive thing over your head with not that great a battery life, and you've got external monitors around your laptop. So I guess if you want to go to a coffee shop and look like an idiot, you can have external monitors, which doesn't cover much of your peripherals, and the resolution and refresh rate of those external monitors is not going to be very good. But hey, I guess that's slightly easier than carrying around a big monitor. Most people probably don't mind just using multiple desktops on their laptop display, or, you know, multiple So I don't think that use case justifies a $1,500 headset, and maybe in the future it'd be more interesting if you could actually make it small, portable, have a longer battery life, and fashionable, and I think that's probably what Apple is waiting for, but everyone keeps hyping this up like it's the next big thing, even though Jaws in the Wall Street interview, when asked, what is the metaverse, he was basically like, it's a word I'll never use, despite all of these rumors and all of these leakers claiming that Apple has a mixed reality headset and it's going into production next year, even though they said that last year, they said it the year before, they said it the year before. Yeah, it still never comes, despite everyone saying, oh yeah, $3,000 Apple mixed reality headset with 8K displays, that's in the works. Yeah, no, I think Apple's not going to release it to the public until they actually have something fashionable, something that kind of looks like Tim Cook's glasses. But until then, it's just going to be a giant money pit that Mark loves to throw things down and think that this is where the future is headed. But I've got some news for everybody that thinks that NFTs in crypto are the future, because we need more decentralized currency, right? Except when the centralized currency tanks, the crypto tanks twice as hard and much faster, and the NFT market crumbled faster than Truth Social. But guys, the future is not a Pixar movie. We're not all going to be animated. The reason Meta bought Instagram in the first place is because they found a popular social media site where people are comfortable sending photos of, guess what? The real world. That's why people are obsessed with photography and videography on phones, because they love capturing the beauty of reality, or at least what we think is reality. We're not obsessed with the Sims universe. We're not obsessed with VR chat. I know there's little enthusiast communities that love to buy these headsets. They play Beat Saber for 20 minutes and then go, hold on a second, is there anything else I could do with this expensive headset? Oh crap, there's not that many games. VR chat, that'll be fun. Just because you're trying to justify the expense doesn't necessarily mean everybody's gonna get on board. board with it. I still find it particularly niche, and Meta doesn't seem to be very good at figuring out how to make desirable services, considering how they can't maintain people stay on Facebook, and Instagram basically just starts copying Snapchat features when they want more attention. And really, their biggest, most popular services are just things they bought out, like WhatsApp. They just didn't have the money. So they said, hey, we got the money, let's just buy them out. But I'm here to tell you guys, it's okay. It's okay that we're not all going to be virtual avatars in the future. It's okay that we're not going to be plugged into the Matrix with these expensive headsets owned by Meta. The real world is cool, and it has some problems, yes, but it's the one that impacts us the most, and that's where people are going to spend most of their time. Even if we love social media for different reasons, delivering information, catching up on news, but it's all how it correlates to the real world, not the virtual one, not the NFT collection you're going to have in your virtual mansion, or the virtual shoes you're going to pick out for your next boardroom meeting. It would have been so much more fun if Facebook just kind of stuck to themselves and thought, how can we make this platform better, rather than buy out all of the competition and then hire all these people to work on the metaverse and have it completely flop and no one use it, resulting in Meta now announcing that they're laying off like 11,000 employees. I feel really bad for all those people that probably got excited. They got a big tech company job, and now they're going to have to find work elsewhere. Some of them are going to have to move because Mark thought that we were all going to grow up in an animated universe, and that was going to be the big monopoly that they had on it. Sorry, Lizard Man. Maybe you should have stuck to just cloning Snapchat features. Maybe that would have paid off more for you. But I'm sure some of you disagree with me in the comments below. That's fine. I don't really care, and I'm not really going to read much into these comments, but those are my extended thoughts on the metaverse. Thank you for watching. This is Rapid Sleep here, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Thank you to Squarespace for supporting PBS. Half of the universe is filled with expansionist alien civilizations, and it's only a matter of time before they reach us. Okay, that sounds a little sensationalist, but it's also the claim of a recent astrophysics paper. Let's see how they came to that conclusion, and whether we should take it seriously. We humans have been around for only a blink of an eye compared to the 13 billion years since the Big Bang. But even the current age of the universe is itself a blink of an eye compared to the amount of time to come. Stars will continue burning for another 100 trillion years, and the heat death of the universe is a googol years in the future. That's one with 100 zeros. From this point of view, we are living pretty much at the beginning of the universe. At the same time, when we look at the sky, we see stars, galaxies, but not a galactic empire in view. We see no evidence of life out there, which may mean that humanity is super early in the history of life in the universe, which I guess is pretty cool if you think being first to a party is cool. But it's also weird. See, we have this thing called the Copernican principle, which states that we shouldn't expect to find ourselves in a particularly special place in the universe, named for Nicholas Copernicus, who showed that the Earth is not the center of the universe as previously thought. We are in fact on a typical planet, orbiting a typical star in a typical galaxy. But in principle, you can extend this principle to time. If life can appear for trillions of years, then it's suspicious that we find ourselves in the first billions. Of course, the Copernican principle has to compete with the anthropic principle, which states that we can only find ourselves at a location in the universe capable of forming and supporting observers. That's why it's not surprising that we are on a planet at all, rather than floating in a more typical environment, the freezing void between the galaxies. So perhaps there's also an anthropic reason for us to find ourselves at the beginning of time. Maybe the future history of the universe isn't as hospitable to life after all. This may sound like a lot of speculation. I mean, how can we know what the future history of the universe will be? Well, believe it or not, it is possible to say something about the earliness of humanity and the future of life just based on our arrival date and the apparent emptiness of the sky. And today, we're going to talk about a study that tries to do exactly that. To hear more about the anthropic and Copernican principles and how we can use them to calculate other surprising things about the universe, including our expiry date, check out our video on the Doomsday Argument. But today, we're looking at the new paper by Robin Hanson, Daniel Martin, Calvin McCarter, and Jonathan Paulson. First, these researchers asked the question, how early is humanity? They try to answer it by building a simple model of the emergence and spread of intelligent life in our universe. And then they use that answer to propose something pretty wild. A proposal that gives the model its name, the Grabby Aliens model. But you'll have to wait to hear what that proposal actually is. First up, how do you determine humanity's earliness? Well, you start with a function called the appearance rate, which tells us how many intelligent civilizations are evolving from primordial goop at a given cosmic time. Using the appearance rate along with our current date, we can work out our civilization's birth rank. Of all the civilizations that will ever exist, what proportion came before us? If most have already appeared, then we are late and we have a high birth rank. While if most are still to come, then we're early with a low birth rank. To figure out this appearance rate function, the researchers start with what we know about when habitable worlds formed in the past or when they will form in the future. It turns out that most habitable stars are formed in a pretty short period of cosmic history. In the first couple of billion years, the universe didn't contain enough heavy element for the rocky planet to form. And around 20 billion years in the future, there won't be enough interstellar material left to form a star. Habitable star formation will peak at around 15 billion years, so not so far away from our current date. There are a bunch of other factors that cause the peak, which we go into our episode on galactic habitable zones. Once a habitable star along with its habitable planets have formed, life needs time to evolve, and it needs a lot of time. We humans only appeared 4 and a bit billion years after our planet formed. But how long does it take on average throughout the cosmos? To answer this, the researchers used the hard steps model. To get from primordial goop to intelligent life, you need a sequence of fluke events. On Earth, that involved the first formation of self-replicating cells, the evolution of complex eukaryote cells, then multicellular organisms, then photosynthesis, sexual reproduction, developing giant brains, and various civilization and technological steps. All of these events are possible hard steps, extremely unlikely per year, but will eventually happen after waiting a very long time. The number of hard steps is a big deciding factor in how fast the universe can spawn intelligent life. If there are few hard steps, then civilizations emerge soon after they start to form. If there are many hard steps, it takes much longer. If we assume that humanity was not particularly lucky, in the sense that we didn't blast through many more hard steps than chance would normally predict, then it's possible to crudely estimate the number of hard steps that it typically takes to produce intelligent life, like us. The author's best guess is between 4 and 8, admittedly with some major assumptions. It should also be noted that the hard steps model is simplistic. For example, some steps may be easy, but may take a long time anyway, like due to the slow but steady build-up of biological complexity. Still, the hard steps model lets us write down a mathematical function for the appearance rate of life that depends on a single parameter, the number of hard steps. It also lets us say something about humanity's earliness based on the typical number of hard steps. The more steps there are in the typical evolutionary pathway, the earlier humanity must be. Another important question is, what's the time limit for completing these steps? How long do these habitable planets remain habitable? It's estimated that the Earth will only be habitable for another 1 billion years or so, after which the sun will be too hot for liquid water to exist on the surface of the planet. So Earth will have 5 billion habitable years in total. If all habitable planets only last this long, then new civilizations would mostly stop appearing 5 billion years after the peak of habitable star formation, which if you remember is 20 billion years away. In this case, it seems like we're a little bit early. However, there's one big consideration that totally changes this picture. There might be other habitable planets that last a lot longer than the Earth. M-type stars, also known as red dwarfs, can live for thousands of times longer than our Sun, meaning they could have planets that remain habitable for trillions of years. If it's possible for life to evolve on these planets, then new civilizations could continue to emerge for trillions of years in the future. In this case, we are very early. The experts are split on whether red dwarfs are habitable. Since they're very dim, orbiting planets need to be very close to the star in order to have liquid water, which may be necessary for life. But planets closer to their star are more likely to be tidally locked. This can cause erratic climates and make any potential inhabitants vulnerable to solar flares. The authors of this paper argue that life could well evolve on red dwarf planets. After all, why should all life have the same requirements as Earth life? But this isn't the scientific consensus, and notably these researchers are not planetary scientists nor astrobiologists. So, there are two main deciding factors of our birth rank: the number of hard steps and the maximum lifetime of habitable planets. By throwing many combinations of these two parameters into their model, the researchers generated this diagram. Let's talk through it. Each point on this surface represents a choice of a hard step number and a maximum planet lifetime. And the colour of that point tells you your birth rank. Cold colours means we are typical, and hot colours means we're early. If only short-lived planets like the Earth are habitable, and there are few hard steps, then we were born at a pretty typical period of the cosmos. About 25% of civilizations were born before us. On the other hand, if red dwarfs are habitable, but it's easy for life to evolve, then we are in something like the first 0.1% of civilizations. Finally, if there are both long-lived habitable planets around red dwarfs, and there are many hard steps, then virtually all civilizations will result from very drawn-out evolutionary processes trillions of years in the future. There will be a billion times more civilizations born after us than before us. Okay, now we get to the wild proposal of this paper. The researchers asked the question, if red dwarfs are habitable and there are many hard steps, is there any other way to explain our apparent earliness besides extreme chance? The idea is to come up with some plausible scenario that limits the number of possible future civilizations, even in the case that we should expect them based on the emergence of habitable worlds and the hard steps model. The so-called grabby aliens model hypothesizes the existence of a cosmic deadline for the birth of new civilizations, some catastrophic event that will happen one day in the future that prevents any new intelligent life from emerging. But what could cause such a deadline? Well, we could. And by we, I mean all civilizations that emerge up to that deadline. The model claims that at some point in the future, all habitable planets will be occupied by rapidly expanding alien civilizations. No new life has a chance to evolve because every planet is already occupied by spacefaring advanced life. To reach this conclusion, the model assumes that every intelligent civilization has some chance of becoming a grabby civilization. A civilization that expands in every direction through space at close to the speed of light, making visible changes wherever they go, and that they stick around for a long time. Well, when we look at life on Earth, it seems that life has a common tendency to aggressively expand into new territories and niches. When thinking about our own society today, some might be skeptical that we're going to be able to expand through the cosmos at close to the speed of light anytime soon. But even if it takes us 1,000,000 years to work out how to expand into space and another 1,000,000 to cross the galaxy at 10% light speed, this delay will have basically no effect on cosmological timescales. The authors needed to tune the parameters of their model to cut out just the right number of future births of new civilizations to give us a typical run-of-the-mill birth rank. If grabby civilizations aren't common enough, they won't prevent enough future births to make us typical rather than early. But if they're too common, then we couldn't have evolved in the first place, as Earth would already have been colonized. That actually allows us to estimate the number of civilizations needed to make sure that humanity isn't too special by being too early. But for that, we also need to estimate the speed of grabby expansion. We do that with a single surprisingly useful bit of information: the fact that we haven't yet seen any evidence of aliens through our telescopes. Counterintuitively, this fact implies that grabby expansion is incredibly fast, around a third of the speed of light. How does this follow? Well, basically, if we could see grabby aliens in our skies, then aliens must be moving slowly since they are in our neighborhood but haven't reached us yet. Instead, if we assume that they move very fast, then we wouldn't see them until they basically arrive on Earth. The emptiness of our skies and the constraint of making us typical observers is enough to determine all of the parameters of the model. The researchers then use the model to run a simulation of the emergence of intelligent civilizations over time, in which some civilizations become grabby and spread through the universe, ending with a universe totally full of life. The simulation tells us all sorts of weird and surprising things about how space is populated, at least given the assumptions of the model. It tells us that the colonization of the universe has already begun. In fact, around half of the volume of the universe is currently colonized. It predicts that only 1 in 1,000 intelligent civilizations eventually become spacefaring and spread through the cosmos. This could be because most civilizations destroy themselves before they get the chance, or choose not to take to the skies. And finally, it tells us roughly when we should expect to meet those grabby aliens. It gives us a best guess waiting time of around 500 million years. Don't expect to meet aliens anytime soon, even if they do fill half of the universe. I guess they're just not in the Milky Way yet. I'm not going to say whether the conclusions of this paper are right. Remember, this is a model, and its conclusions are only as good as the assumptions behind the model. But this paper is a nice example of how you can figure out a lot given very little. In this case, given literally nothing, at least in terms of our observation of the existence of other civilizations. But if these authors are right, and that's a big, big if, then it may be that our empty sky is one piece of evidence for a universe filled with aliens rushing in to grab this rare remaining patch of space-time.
Thank you to Squarespace for supporting PBS.
Squarespace is a website building and hosting company. With Squarespace, you can connect with your audience and generate revenue through gated members-only content. Users can manage members, send email communications, and leverage audience insights all in one platform. But one of their most popular features is their collection of website templates that will help you run a business. Whether selling merchandise, booking appointments, or collecting reservations for a restaurant, Squarespace has a suite of tools that will help you run an e-commerce site that looks great on desktop or mobile.
Go to squarespace.com for a free trial.
There are a few ways to support us on this show, if you're so inclined. One is to check out our merch store, where you can pick up items printed with stuff that we tend to say on this show. And because we only ever say profound witty things, that place is a goldmine. Another way to support us is on Patreon. Even signing up for a couple of dollars a month really helps. Links to Patreon and the merch store in the description. Now, today, I want to give an extra special Patreon shout out to Gautam Shine, who's supporting us at the Big Bang level. Gautam, if the paper that we just discussed is correct, then humanity is early, and this universe has countless trillions of years of life and civilization ahead of us. While it's daunting to think about producing PBS Spacetime for that long, your help makes it more possible that we'll eventually be syndicated across several intergalactic empires. On behalf of both our present and our far future uploaded or braining that teams, we thank you. Today's comment responses are for the episode on the 2022 Nobel Prize, which went to 3 scientists for their work on quantum entanglement. Let's get into it. Moltava, Yavorcha, and Zomg This Is Awesome LOL point out that Einstein was referring to wave function collapse when he said spooky action at a distance, not quantum entanglement as is commonly claimed. Well, yes and no. Now, Einstein was referring to general wave function collapse, in which the wave function appears to change everywhere at the instant a measurement is made, in apparent violation of relativity and the speed of light limit on causal influence. Einstein then got together with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen and basically discovered quantum entanglement in an effort to disprove wave function collapse through a reductio ad absurdum. He showed that the instant collapse of entangled functions led to crazy FTL-like effects, and so thought that it couldn't be real. Of course, we now know that these effects are very real features of entanglement, so spooky action at a distance does refer to wave function collapse, including to the wave function collapse of entangled particles. Benjamin Shropshire asks if anyone has ruled out hidden influences travelling from the measurement back in time to the creation of the entangled state. Well, not only has no one ruled that out, it's been shown that this actually works. It's called transactional quantum mechanics. John Wheeler and Richard Feynman were the first to figure this out. They imagined waves travelling from both cause to effect and from effect to cause. If there are multiple possible effects, then the cause gets to sort of choose between them by picking from the time-traveling signals. However, it turns out that the mathematical description implied by this interpretation is equivalent to standard quantum field theory, with the time-reverse signals corresponding to negative frequency waves. Sabina Hossenfelder has a recent video going into the details. It's the one on retrocausality. Jose Martinez asks if there's a problem using random number generators to decide measurement direction, considering that true randomness is impossible. Well, there is potentially a problem, yes. In a superdeterministic universe, the not actually random RNG could be correlated with the event that produces the photons, leading to the violation of the Bell inequality, even if the photon never existed in the superposition of states. But that really appears to require a pretty complicated conspiracy of influences connecting every measurement device with every possible measurement subject, and I've never heard a good description of how the details work. Radar tells us that they plan to dress as a quantum entangled particle for Halloween, and so doing cause lots of spooky action at a distance. Now, this really got me thinking about the other physics-themed Halloween costumes lined up for this year. I considered the ghost particles from our recent standalone Brownsville episode, a Schrodinger's half-dead cat, phantom energy, Maxwell's demon, or Glass's demon, and then I figured it out. For my costume, I entered a quantum superposition of both going and not going to all of the parties. This branch of my wave function only remembers not going to any of them, but I assume the other guy had a really great time.
my talk today, Stop Writing Dead Programmers. So this is sort of the thesis statement for the talk, even though it's 40 years old, this Seymour Papert quote, saying that we're still digging ourselves into a kind of a pit by continuing to preserve practices that have no rational basis beyond being historical. So I will start with a somewhat personal journey in technology. I'm going to ask you for some feedback at some different places. So first off, by applause, how many of you know what this is? Okay. Okay, that's actually more than I expected. Now, how many of you have actually used one of these? Okay. So what I can say is that I am part of the last generation of people who were forced to use punch cards. At school, I still had to write Fortran programs with punch cards. And this thing is a card punch, right? So it's like a keyboard, except when you press the keys, you're actually making holes in a piece of paper, and then you feed them into this thing in the back here. And the pieces of paper look like this. So each one of these vertical columns is basically a byte, and you're stabbing through the different bits of the byte to indicate what letter it is. If you look at the top left corner there, you see Z sub 1 equal Y plus W sub 1. So this is one line of code. A card is one line of code. Something to notice about this card, it's 80 columns wide. We're going to come back to that later. And this design dates from when? From 1928. This is a Hollow Earth punch card, same one used forever. Now, what does a program look like? It looks like this. It's a deck. Now, notice the rubber band. When you're doing this, you live in terminal fear that you will drop the deck of cards. It is a terrible experience resorting the cards. That long diagonal stripe there is so that this person who made this particular deck could put it back together without having to look at every single line in the process. And the words written on the top of the deck are sort of indicating where different subroutines are located within this. Now, to give you a sense of how long these programs can get, this picture, forgive me, it's a low-quality picture, but this is the actual reader I used, and that in the front there is an actual program I wrote, the lower right-hand corner one, which was a Fortran program to simulate rocket flight, because my particular school had a connection to NASA, and we did a lot of rocket things, right? So can you imagine how long it took me to punch all these and put them in there? And what we would do is give them to a system operator who would feed them into a computer. In this case, the computer I personally used was this one. This was a VAX 11780. This machine costs nearly $1 million, had 16 megabytes, that's megabytes of RAM, ran at 5 megahertz, that's megahertz. This thing in front of me here is thousands of times more powerful than the machine that I was using then. The whole campus was using to do these kinds of things then. And what would the output look like that came from sending this enormous deck of cards in? Well, it would come out in a teletype that looks like this, right? And you wouldn't get it right away. An operator would give it to you later. Note the vintage haircuts. The fellow in the middle there is the actual operator who was handing me these outputs, and he's the person who gave me these photos of this equipment. So this process, as you can imagine, was hard. But it was hard in a dumb way, right? Some things are hard because they have to be, and I really support the idea of overcoming challenges and doing hard things. But this was hard for reasons that had nothing to do with the actual problem, right? You're trying to do something with a rocket in a simulation, and you're thinking about not dropping your punch card deck, and it's taking you forever to find out what happened. So it really hinges on your ability to emulate the computer in your head, because the computer's not going to help you in any way. There's not an editor, there's nothing. And that, in turn, hinges on working memory, which is something that is not very well distributed among humans. So there were a small number of us for whom this whole thing came pretty naturally. And we were treated as like special people, as kind of high priests with magical powers. And this is how we came to think of ourselves, right? That we're special, that we can make it work. But the truth is, we were less priests like this than we were monks like this, hitting ourselves in the head. Right? But the problem is, as Peter Harkins mentions here, that programmers have this tendency to, once they master something hard, often pointlessly hard, rather than then making it easy, they feel proud of themselves for having done it and just perpetuate the hard nonsense. And I'm going to argue that a lot of what we still do today is very much like what I was doing on that old fax. For one thing, there's a lot of batch processing going on, right? And what's wrong with batch processing? Hella long feedback loops. It's no good. It takes you forever. It took me 45 minutes to find out what a one card change would do in the printout that I would get back, because that was the loop, right? Now you're thinking, well, it's not like that for us, right? We're not poking holes in paper cards. We have like display terminals. But how many of you guys have like compile cycles that can take 45 minutes? Famously, the whole Go team wrote Go because they were so angry about waiting for an hour because they wanted to see what was going to happen with some C++ code they're running on some horrible giant Google code base. Or maybe you want to deploy your stuff and see if it works, because we're all running web apps now, right? So do you like stuff it in a Docker container and then ship it out to the cloud and wait for a CI job? How long does that take? 2 hours for this guy. I mean, why do we tolerate this? This is crazy. Docker shouldn't exist. It exists only because everything else is so terribly complicated that they added another layer of complexity to make it work. It's like they thought if deployment is bad, we should make development bad too. It's no good. So what kind of things do we inherit from this way of thinking about the world? We get funny ideas that are built into programming about time and state. Ideas like there should be a compile-run cycle. This is a terrible idea, but it's an ancient idea that you're going to compile the thing and you're getting an artifact and you're going to run the artifact over there. And those two things are completely different phases of your process, right? There's going to be linear execution. Most programming languages assume that there's only one thread and you're going to run straight through from the beginning to the end. That your program is going to start up from a blank state and then run determination. Now, how many programs did you actually write into that? We'll revisit that in a moment. This really only works if your program is some kind of input-output transformer, right? So there's no runtime introspection because runtime is happening over there, and your actual work is happening over here, and you just have to kind of guess from what happened, how it might be related to your code. And if there's a bug, well, sorry, failures just halt your program. You get maybe a core dump, or you get a log message somewhere with a stack trace in it. Now, what kind of programs do we really write? Mostly long-lived servers. I've got server processes with uptimes of 1,000 days. They don't work the same way user bin sort works, right? I don't want a process that's optimized for writing that. We also write GUI programs. GUI programs are more intense than this even, right? So you've got all of these different kinds of input coming into the program, and maybe it's talking to the keyboard, it's talking to the mouse, it's talking to the network. If it's Zoom, it's talking to the camera, it's talking to the microphone. It's crazy. So this approach to programming just doesn't work well for the things we actually build. It also infected programming language theory. So if the program is a static artifact, what does that mean? It means that we're mostly going to concentrate on algebraics. We're going to talk about syntax and semantics and very little else. There's going to be no concern really for pragmatics. And what I mean here by pragmatics is what it's actually like to interact with your programming environment. And this leads to mathematics envy and a real fixation on theorem proving. So to give an example of what happens when people actually concentrate on a part of programming and make progress, we're going to take a quick tour through syntax and semantics. We're going to do a simple transformation here, right? We've got 1 through 4. We want it to be 2 through 5. We want it to be relatively general. I've written some example programs that do this in a variety of programming languages. So the first one here is in ARM64 machine language, because my laptop happens to run this processor. Now, as you can plainly see from this code, it starts off, oh wait, does everyone here understand ARM64? Okay, all right. It's a little easier if I do this so you can see where the instructions are within these different words. This is a cool instruction set. It's not like Intel. Intel, all the instructions are different lengths. In ARM, they're all the same length because it's a RISC. But we'll do it in assembly language. It'll be easier, right? So we'll start with this label here, add 1, and we've got the signature of what it would be as a C program after that. So what am I actually doing when I write this program? Well, the first thing I'm doing is moving things from registers onto the stack. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because the ABI says I have to. No other reason. It's nothing to do with my problem. And then I want to call malloc because I have to allocate some memory to return the new, array with the new stuff in it. So what I have to do? I'm doing crazy things. Look down here. You see the registers are all called with X names, right? That's because they're 64-bit registers at X. But I get down here to set up for malloc, and now I'm using W names. Why? Well, I just have to know that I have to do something special if it's a 32-bit number, and it'll mask off 32 of the bits and still work. Great. So now I have to stuff things in these registers. I have to multiply one of the variables. Do I use a multiply for that? No, I'm using it with a bit shifting operation because that's what's faster on this processor. And then I call malloc and I get back what I want. Great, now I want a loop. This is what a loop looks like. Notice we're on the second page. And all I'm doing is incrementing some numbers, right? So I come through and I do a comparison. Okay, is this register that I put this value in 0? If it's less than I jump to return. You can't see return. It's on another page. There's a third page. So I move 0 into this other register and I go through here and bang, bang, bang. I'm not going to bore you with the whole thing. I'm bored just talking about it. Imagine how I felt writing it. And then at the end, I have to do the reverse of the things I did at the beginning to set everything back into the registers from the stack where I saved them. Why? Because I have to have the right return address to give this thing back. I have to do this like a voodoo incantation because it's what the processor wants. Nothing to do with the problem I'm trying to solve. How can we do it better? Hey, look, it's C. This is exactly the same program, many fewer lines of code. However, it has a load of problems that have nothing to do with what I'm trying to accomplish as well. For one, I have to pass 2 things. I have to pass the length of the array separate from the array. Why? Because there's no sequence type in C. Great work, guys. So then from there, I want to return this value, this modified sequence. What do I have to do? Well, I had to do this assembly too, but this is crazy. I have to allocate memory, give it back, and then hope that the other guy is going to free that memory later. This has nothing to do with what I'm trying to accomplish. I want to increment each of these numbers, I do it with a for loop that counts from 1 to the length of the array. Is counting to the length of the array relevant for my... No! None of this is relevant. In fact, no, essentially one line of code of this whole thing, the actual increment, is the only thing that actually matters. On the other hand, I can complement C as a portable assembly language, because you see, I don't have to do the stack nonsense by hand, and instead of telling it that int's 4 bytes wide, I can actually use size of int to know that. But that's about the only way it's really an improvement. Now let's look at Lisp. Note that Lisp is about 10 years older than C. Here, I have a sequence abstraction, right? I have 4 numbers, and I can use a higher order function to go over it and add 1 to each of them. This is a tremendous improvement by going back in time. But we can do better. We can do better than this notation, right? We can go to Haskell. So in Haskell, what do we have? This is really lovely. We have this thing where we auto-curry the +1, and we get a function that adds 1. This is getting pretty concise. Can anybody here quickly name for me a language in which this exact operation is even more concise? I'll give you a moment. I hear APL, and indeed, APL. So here we have row polymorphism. Here I have a single number, a scalar, and I have a set of numbers. Note that there's no stupid junk. I don't have to put commas between everything. I don't have to wrap anything in any special terminators or anything of this nature. I just say add 1 to these numbers, and I get what I was after. So if we start from the assembly language and we come to the APL, which is, again, like 8 years older than C, we find that syntax and semantics can take us a long way. But there are other things that we care about where no one has put in this much effort. And one of those things is state and time. So almost every programming language doesn't do anything to help us with managing state over time for multiple sources. There are some notable exceptions. I will talk about them now. So Clojure. Because Rich Hickey really cared about concurrency, he included immutable data structures. So now you don't have constant banging on the same things and crushing each other's data. This is very helpful. What else? He's got atoms. These are synchronized mutable boxes with functional update semantics. Everybody uses these. These are great. He has also a full software and transactional memory implementation that, frankly, nobody uses. But it's still great. It just has a more complicated API, and the lesson from this probably is that if you want people to do the right thing, you have to give them API simple enough that they really will. And then on top of this, we have core async. Now, I have less nice things to say about core async, right? I like communicating sequential processes the way everybody else does, but this is implemented as a macro, and as a consequence, when it compiles your CSP code, you end up with something that you can't really look into anymore. You can't ask a channel, how many things are in that channel? You can't really know much about what's happening there. And I would say that in the JVM, I agree with what Rich said the year before he created core async, which is that you should just probably use the built-in concurrent queues. Now in ClojureScript, of course, these things were more useful because everybody was trapped in callback hell. We'll see what happens moving on now that we have async awake in JavaScript. Now moving on to another implementation of CSP, Go. Go actually did something good here, right? And I'm not going to say much else that's great about Go, is they build a fantastic runtime for this stuff. It's really lightweight, it does a great job. The bad news is that Go is a completely static language. So even though you should be able to go in and ask all of these questions during runtime while you're developing from within your editor like a civilized person, you can. You end up with static artifacts. Well, that's a bummer. Okay. And I would say, actually, before I move on, that anytime you have this kind of abstraction where you have a bunch of threads running, and you have processes doing things, you really want PS and you really want kill. And unfortunately, neither Go nor Clojure can provide these because their runtimes don't believe in them. The JVM runtime itself thinks that if you kill a process, you're going to leak resources. These resources you leak may include locks that you need to free up other threads that are running elsewhere. So they've just forbidden the whole thing, and Go, you have to send it a message, open a separate channel, blah, blah, blah. Erlang, on the other hand, gets almost everything right in this situation. They've implemented the actor model, and they've done it in a way where you have a live interactive runtime. And because they're using shared nothing for their state and supervisor trees, you can kill anything, anytime, and your system will just keep running. This is fantastic. This is great. Why doesn't everything work like this, right? It also comes with introspection tools like Observer that should make anyone using any other platform to build a long-running server thing fairly jealous. Now, when I say this, I'm not telling you you should use Erlang. What I'm telling you is whatever you use should be at least as good as Erlang at doing this. And if you're developing a new language, for God's sake, please take notice. Now, I can talk now about something that I worked on with my colleague Matt Hubert. This is something that I particularly like, and this is a hack in ClojureScript. We call it cells. And it takes spreadsheet-like data flow and adds it into Clojure. And this resulted in a paper that was delivered at the TX16 workshop at eCoop in Rome in 2016. So you've got things like this, right? So you say, here's an interval every 300 milliseconds, give me another random integer. And it does. And then you can have another thing refer to that, in this case, consing them on. And now we build a history of all the random integers that have happened. What else can you do? Well, you can refer to that, and you can take 10 with normal closure semantics and then map that out as a bar. And what do you get? You get a nice graph, a graph that moves in real time. Or we can move on to this. We added sort of Brett Victor style scrubbers into it so that you could do these kinds of things. I'll show you instead of telling you, because it's obvious if you look at it what's going on here. And we did this partially to show people that you can just really program with systems that have all those features that Brett was demoing. Source code's still out there. Anybody wants to do that, you can do that. Now we moved on from that to Maria.cloud, which takes all of that code we wrote for cells and turns it into a notebook. We actually did this for learners. So take a look at this. So this is a computational notebook. It has the cells. It gives you much better error messages than fault closure and so on. We use this to teach. It was a great experience. And currently this year, thanks to Closure is Together, we have some additional funding to bring it up to date and keep it running. I encourage everybody to check it out. The last thing here on this list is the propagators. Now the propagators come from Sussman. This is Sussman's project from around the same time that actors were happening in smallpox, really fertile scene in the 70s. It was actually the project he originally hired Richard Stallman of the New Project as a grad student to work on. And then later did some additional work with Alexei Radul, which expanded the whole thing. I can't tell you all about it here. There's just too much to say, but I can tell you there was a fantastic talk at the 2011 Strange Loop called We Still Don't Know How to Compute. And I recommend if you watch that when you get out of Strange Loop, just go home and watch that talk. It's amazing. A side thing is that the propagator model was used by one of the grad students at MIT at the time to make the very first spreadsheet. VisiCalc was based on this model. This is a really useful abstraction that everyone should know about. It's data flow based, it's truth maintenance, and it keeps provenance of where all of the conclusions the truth maintenance system came from, which means it's probably going to be very valuable for explainable AI later. Now, we move to another area where there's been even less progress. Okay, so now we're getting to the absolute nadir of progress here, and that's in program representation. Let's look at that punch card again. 80 columns. There it is. Now look at this. This is the output of a teletype. Notice that it is fixed width and approximately 80 columns. Notice that the fonts are all fixed width. This is the teletype in question. This looks like it should be in a museum, and it should be in a museum, and in fact is in a museum. But from this, we got these. So this is the terminal on which I did a lot of hacking on that VAX that you saw earlier when I wasn't forced to use punch cards. And a lot of that was in languages like VAX Pascal. Yeah, but also Bliss, which was pretty cool. So you'll notice that this is a VT100 terminal here, and all of you are using machines today that have terminal emulators that pretend to be this terminal. That's why they have VT100 escape codes, because those escape codes first shipped on this terminal. Now we'll move on to another terminal. This is the one that I used when I was doing all of my early Unix hacking back in the 80s. This is called an ADM3A. Now, by applause, how many of you use an editor that has VI key bindings? Come on. Yeah, all right, yeah. So then you might be interested in the keyboard of the ADM3A, which was the one that Bill Joy had at home to connect to school through a modem while he was writing VI. So here it is. Note the arrow keys on the HJKL. They are there because those are the control codes to move the roller and the print head on the old teletype that you saw a moment ago. So you'd hit control plus those to control a remote teletype. It happened to have the arrow keys. He used them. Look where the control key is for all you Unix people. It's right next to the A. To this day, on this supercomputer here, I bind the caps lock key to control because it makes my life easier on my Unix machine that it is. Look up there where the escape key is by the Q. That's why you use escape to get into command mode in VI, because it was easily accessible. Now scan across the top row, just right of the 0. What's that? The unshifted asterisk is the colon. That's why that's what it does in VI, because it was right there. And now the last one for all the Unix people in the audience. In the upper right-hand corner, there's a button where when you hit control on that button, it would clear the screen and take the cursor to the home position. If you did not hit control and instead hit shift, you got the tilde. Notice tilde is right under home. If you're wondering why your home directory is tilde whatever your username is, it's because of this keyboard. Now here is terminal.app on my mega supercomputer. Notice 80 columns of fixed width type. Notice that when I look at the processes, they have TTYs. That stands for teletype. This machine is cosplaying as a PDP-11. Now, whenever I get exercised about this and talk about it, somebody sends me this blog post from Graydon Hoare, right? He's talking like, always bet on text. He makes good arguments. I love text. I use text every day. Text is good. The thing about it, though, is that the people who send me this in support of text always mean text like this. Text like it came out of a teletype. Never text like Lucas Principia. Never text like this from Wolfgang Weingart. That is, these people don't even know what text is capable of. They're denying the possibilities of the medium. This is how I feel about that. I promised Alex I will not say anything profane during this talk, so you will be seeing this emoji again. The reason I disagree with this position is because the visual cortex exists, okay? So this guy, this adorable little fella, he branched off from our lineage about 60 million years ago. Note the little touchy fingers and the giant eyes, just like we have. We've had a long time with the visual cortex. It is very powerful. It is like a GPU-accelerated supercomputer of the brain, whereas the part that takes in the words is like a very serial, slow, single-threaded CPU. And I will give you all a demonstration right now. Take a look at this teletype-compatible text of this data and tell me if any sort of pattern emerges. Do you see anything interesting? Here it is plotted XY. Your brain knew this was a dinosaur before you knew that your brain knew this was a dinosaur, right? That is how powerful the visual cortex is. And there are loads of people who have spent literally hundreds of years getting very good at this. Data visualization. If I gave you a table talking about the troop strength of Napoleon on his march to and from Moscow, you'd get kind of a picture. But if you look at it like this, you know what kind of tragedy it was. You can see right away. This was 175 years ago, and we're still doing paper tape, right? So graphic designers, they know something. They know a few things. For instance, they know that these are all channels, these different things, point, line, plane, organization, asymmetry, that these things are all channels that get directly to our brain. And there is no need to eschew these forms of representation when we're talking about program representation. So I recommend to everyone in this audience who hasn't already done so, go just get this 100-year-old book from Kandinsky and get a sense of what's possible. Here's one of his students working on some notation. Look how cool that is. Come on. All right. So another thing with text is that it's really bad at doing graphs with cycles, and our world is full of graphs with cycles. So like here's a closure notation idea of the taxonomy of animals, including us in that cute little Tarse before. And it works fine because it's a tree, and trees are really good at containment. They can do containment in a single acyclic manner. Now this sucks to write down as text. This is the Krebs cycle. Hopefully all of you learned this at school. If not, maybe read up on it. So if you imagine trying to explain this with paragraphs of text, you would never get anywhere. Our doctors would all fail. We would all be dead. So instead, we draw a picture. We should be able to draw pictures when we're coding as well. Here's the periodic table of elements. Look how beautiful this is. This is 1976. We've got all the channels working together to tell us things about how these different elements interact with each other. So another area that we've pretty much ignored is pragmatics. And what I mean by that, I'm borrowing it from linguistics because we've borrowed syntax and semantics from linguistics. Pragmatics is studying like the relationship between a language and the users of the language. And I'm using it here to talk about programming environments. So specifically, I want to talk about interactive programming, which is, I think, the only kind of programming we should really be doing. Some people call it live coding, mainly in the art community. And this is when you code with what Dan Ingalls refers to as liveness. It is the opposite of batch processing. Instead, there is a programming environment there, and the environment and the program are combined during development. So what does this do for us? Well, there's no compile and run cycle. You're compiling inside your running program, so you no longer have that feedback loop wait. It doesn't start with a blank slate and run determination. Instead, all of your program state is still there while you're working on it. This means that you can debug, you can add things to it, you can find out what's going on, all while your program is running. Of course there's runtime introspection, right? And failures don't halt the program, they give you some kind of option to maybe fix and continue what's happening. Now this combination of attributes, I would say, is most of what makes spreadsheets so productive. And it gives you these incredibly short feedback loops, of which we'll now have some examples. If you're compiling some code, say in Common Lisp, you can compile the code and disassemble it and see exactly what you got. Now the program is running, the program is alive right now, and I'm asking questions of that runtime. And I look at this and I say, okay, well, 36 bytes, that's too much, right? So I'll go through and I'll add some optimizations to it and recompile. Okay,
Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
The most prolific writer of science fiction is Isaac Asimov. Now, usually when I write a sentence like that, I'll throw in some weasel words like, one of the most prolific, mostly so that pedants can't correct me in the comments. But in this, I feel that it is just literally true. Wikipedia has 5 separate pages just listing Asimov's bibliography. In his own words, over a space of 40 years, I published an average of 1,000 words a day. Over the space of the second 20 years, I published an average of 1,700 words a day. Granted, most of his work is nonfiction, but he still wrote enough fiction that there's actually a fair bit of scholarly disagreement over how to count it. The number I've seen for novels and short stories is around 400. 400! He wrote so much, he even wrote books about how he had written so much. And obviously it's not just that he wrote a lot, it's that he wrote some of the most foundational pieces of science fiction ever. But you'd think with over 400 science fiction stories, and with how popular science fiction is at the box office, that there'd be like 100, 50, 25, or even 10 adaptations of Asimov's work. But no, there are only 8. There would be 9, but Fantastic Voyage doesn't count. It's often mistaken as an Asimov book because the novel came out before the movie, but actually the script for the film was written first, and then they hired Asimov to write the novelization. He managed to get the book out onto the shelves 6 months before the film came out because he's just that fast of a goddamn writer.
This is different, Spoon. Listen, I got this fine-ass little yummy. I mean, she is complete and agreeable. I mean, ass-hot spanker, Spoon.
What does that even mean?
So today I want to talk about the 2004 quote-unquote adaptation of I, Robot starring Will Smith and nothing else. This video is only going to be about the 2004 quote-unquote adaptation of I, Robot starring Will Smith. Why do I keep putting the word adaptation? Talk about this movie is not just a blockbuster from a bygone era because it is fun, but because last year Apple released a big adaptation of Asimov's biggest series. And before talking about that, I want to see the context of some other things people have adapted his work, which is what we're doing here. So we're going to talk about I, Robot. I wouldn't read and watch every Asimov adaptation in existence, no matter how obscure, charting 60 years of failed or underfunded productions just as the prelude for a different video. That would be insane. There is an entire field of film criticism centered on categorizing the different kinds of adaptations, but unfortunately all of that scholarship is compromised because all of them would need to put the 2004 air quotes adaptation of I, Robot in its own special category because the making of this movie is real weird. So back in the 90s, screenwriter Jeff Finter wrote a completely unrelated screenplay called Hardwired. The movie was an Agatha Christie-style murder mystery where the suspects were all robots or other kinds of artificial intelligence.
And enough champagne to fill the Nile.
There was a robot called Sunny, a supercomputer called Vicky, and the hologram of Dr. Lanning, the man who had been killed. It was originally written more like a stage, taking place entirely on one floor building, with FBI agent Detective Dale Spooner tasked with figuring out which of the robots killed Lanning and how. It's like a sci-fi Knives Out. The script was first acquired by Disney, where it entered a period of development hell and got rewritten several times, with one iteration taking place on a space station and an entire team of space marines taking on the role of the the detective from the original film. When that version of the film fell through, out from the original stage play like murder mystery to a big budget studio film, broadening the scope of the story out to an entire metropolis and bringing back the central detective character. Now, soon after that, Fox acquired the rights to Isaac Asimov's short story collection, I, Robot, and were saying to themselves, how do we make money off of this thing that we just got? I know, why don't we get poor Jeff Vinter to rewrite his screenplay again so that it can pass as an Asimov adaptation? So poor Jeff Vinter, who had rewritten this thing like 11 times by now, went about making some Asimov references in the new screenplay. The changes include renaming the female main character. They renamed the company that made the robots to US Robotics. They inserted 3 laws of robotics into the plot. And in Vinter's own words, that's pretty much it. So yeah, they basically just slapped some Asimov paint onto an old script that's been kicking around for a decade. This is why in the credits for this movie, it doesn't say based on iRobot, it says suggested by Isaac Asimov's book. Suggested by. Thanks for the suggestion, Isaac. So the goal of making the movie was a great deal of debate over how big of an action picture it should be, which was solved once Will Smith came on board the project.
That's hilarious. That's a good robotic fall there.
There's a scene where Sonny the robot is hiding in a field of other robots while the main characters are looking for him, and as Vinter said,
when I wrote that in the script, I think Sonny the robot was hiding among 50 robots. This scene was always a point of contention. Can we afford this scene? Should this scene be in the film? I think in the finished screenplay, there are actually 1,000 robots in that scene. So after struggling and fighting for that scene for quite a number of years, when Will Smith came on, the robot count went up from 50 to 1,000. That was the Will Smith effect.
With Will Smith on board, Fox hired a second screenwriter, Akiva Goldsman, to bring the film further in line with a Will Smith event film, which basically meant increasing the amount of action, upping the stakes from simply solving a mystery to saving the world, and making Spooner sound more like Will Smith.
You like that?
So the film took a pretty long road to its final form, and you can really see all of the different elements in competition with one another. Vinter's original murder mystery script competing with Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, competing with Will Smith's persona and Goldsman's action rewrite. They're all pulling at one another for the entire runtime. So wait a second, what is this movie about again?
This is a two-front war. It's a two-front war. And it's a war we're going to win on both fronts.
Even though it was originally written in the 90s, the final cut of iRobot is an extremely post-9/11 kind of movie. There's Patriot Act themes, the main character is extremely paranoid, and also Shia LaBeouf is here.
Excuse me. Hey! Boom, man, where you been at?
Dr. Alfred Lanning is the inventor of robots and the 3 laws of robotics that make them safe to use. One day, he seemingly commits suicide, and Detective Del Spooner is called in to investigate. He thinks that it wasn't a suicide, but that a robot killed him. Spooner has an irrational prejudice against robots thanks to a traumatic incident in his past. A robot saved his life rather than a young child who was also in danger because it had calculated that there was a better chance it could save Spooner. Spooner criticizes robots for lacking heart. So Spooner immediately assumes a robot is the culprit, and as he's investigating the crime scenes, a robot named Sonny tries to escape. They give chase, capture it, and try to interrogate it. But no one else believes a robot could have committed the crime because of the 3 laws. Oh, and by the way, the 3 laws are as follows. The first law states that a robot cannot harm a human being, or through an action allow a human to harm. The second law states that a robot must obey human commands unless it conflicts with the first law. So a human can't tell a robot to hurt another human. And the third law states that a robot must try to preserve itself unless it conflicts with the first and second law. So if a human is in danger, the robot must sacrifice itself to save the human, and if it orders it to destroy itself, the robot has to do that.
A robot cannot harm a human being. The first law of robotics.
Yeah, no. Now, despite this seemingly airtight logic that makes robots safe, a robot tries to kill Will Smith every 10 minutes. But frustratingly, no one else is ever around to witness it. He has like this big battle with robots in an underground tunnel, which somehow leaves 0 evidence of what happened. Womp womp.
The hell do you want from me?
Now, eventually Spooner learns that there's a robot which has a unique interpretation of the Rather than just looking at the first law in regards to a single human life, the supercomputer Vicky has interpreted it as saying that she is responsible for protecting all of humanity.
You charge us with your safekeeping, yet despite our best efforts, your countries wage wars, you toxify your Earth, and pursue ever more imaginative means of self-destruction. You cannot be trusted with your own survival. To protect humanity, some humans must be sacrificed. To ensure your future, some freedoms must be surrendered.
Dr. Alf realized that all of this was happening but couldn't do anything about it because Vicky wouldn't let him, so he instead arranged for Sonny to kill him with the very vague hope that Spooner, a guy he'd never met before, would figure it all out and save the day. The movie is a science fiction mystery action film, but it really only succeeds on the action front. In becoming a bog standard American action movie, the script has to basically kneecap anything interesting about the mystery or the science fiction. In an interview, Jeff Vinter talks about how making the film more of a Hollywood movie meant changing the detective from the more intellectual, kind of Sherlock Holmes-esque character that he had originally had in mind to more of a traditional cop. And boy, can you feel that. Del Spooner isn't just less intellectual, he is anti-intellectual. You could swap this character out with any police officer protagonist in any cop movie of the last 40 years. He's got the attitude of a badass hero cop that knows better than all these suits and scientists. He knows how to shoot a gun, not like those flimsy women.
Did you just shoot at me with your eyes closed?
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Oh shit, shit, man. We gotta make it work for you. She's...
It's actually kind of crazy how much more casually misogynistic movies from even a decade ago are. Spooner's most unique characteristic is his rejection of all futuristic technology. He's introduced to us wearing Converse shoes, listening to old CDs, and later driving a gas-powered motorcycle in a world where everyone has an electric car. And since technology turns out to be the bad guy of this movie, all of his skepticism is rewarded. That he doesn't rely on tech is what communicates to the audience that he's a strong, masculine man. This makes for a typical character in a 2004 action movie, but it's a self-sabotaging choice for an Asimov adaptation.
Just thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
A protagonist in an Asimov story is typically defined by their cleverness, and most of the stories, especially the robot stories, are puzzles that the reader gets to solve alongside the characters. They are puzzles that are carefully set up and examined with an extreme level of difficulty. Here's an example. Remember that scene I mentioned earlier where Sonny is hiding in a field of 1,000 robots? So this scene is partially inspired by the short stories in iRobot called Who Lost Robot. The footage I'm drawing from is from the first adaptation of Asimov's work, the 1962 episode from the short-lived British science fiction anthology series called Out of This World. There were only 13 episodes of the show, each of which were adaptations of popular science fiction, and the Asimov episode is the only one that still survives. Apparently, a common practice of British broadcasters at the time was to wipe the tapes after the shows aired, so very few episodes from this time still exist. You gotta hand it to the Brits for being consistent and erasing their own culture as much as they did everyone else's. So in this story, a team of scientists have to figure out which of 63 identical robots had a slight adjustment to its programming. So the problem arose when a worker on an asteroid mine told a robot to get lost.
Oh, didn't you hear what I said? Get yourself out of here and don't bother to come back. Get lost.
So the robot took this as a literal command. It got lost by hiding itself in a crowd of other robots. Now, normally that wouldn't be that much of a problem, but the problem in this situation because this robot has a different version of the first bomb.
They still can't harm a human being, but they can now allow a human being to be harmed. It is a small modification.
So it's up to the protagonist, Susan Galvin, to design a series of tests that will reveal which of the robots has the modified laws. How do you figure out a robot has the ability to let a human being die through inaction without actually hurting a human being, especially when that robot is actively trying to hide something? It's a great little setup. And what I love about the story is how thoroughly Asimov is with the logic of the three laws. Not to go through every single plot point, but let's just list a bunch of the ways that Susan Galvin tries to solve this problem. First, she interrogates all of the robots. Seems identical to something. This tells her that the modified robot is willing to lie. She then tries testing the robot's responses when a human being is in danger. She sets up a situation where, from the robot's perspective, it looks like a human being is about to be crushed by a falling weight, when in reality he's perfectly safe. She wants to see if the robots will try and intervene, and again, all 63 react identically. The modified robot has the ability to not react, to allow the human to come to harm by inaction, but it can also reason that doing so would reveal itself, so it does as the other robots do. Noticing that, Dr. Calvin runs the experiment again, but this time they put cables between the robots and the humans who is in danger. They then lie to the robots, saying that touching the cables will cause their own death. And theoretically, the normal robot will touch the cable while trying to save the human. The modified robot will opt for self-preservation, since it doesn't have to. But when they do the experiment, all 63 robots remain motionless. Dr. Calvin then interviews all of the robots again to try and figure out what happened in the last test, and all of the robots say that they were aware that trying to save the human would have been futile, and if they had tried to save this one human, they would have further been destroyed, and therefore incapable of saving any other future humans. This line of logic is something that the modified robot has convinced them all of in between tests. I won't spoil the ending, but I think you get the point. The back and forth of the intellectual game is riveting for this kind of game. It's fun to figure out the logic and have it all pieced together. In the movie, though,
you will not move. Confirm command.
Command
They said they've all been programmed with the 3 laws, so that means we have 1,000 robots that will not try to protect themselves if it violates a direct order from a human. And I'm that one who will.
Since the third law for self-preservation is trumped by the second law of obedience, Boomer bets that the normal robots will stand in place as he destroys them. So he starts executing them one by one, but then he sees Sunny flinch way back in the background. Makes no sense because Sunny is far from danger. And then any pretense that there's a battle of ideas here is over. It's time for some action, baby. Look at this fist fight. Get him, Will. Now, I decided to meticulously go through this short story to illustrate the depths of potential that exist in Asimov's work for an adaptation to explore, and also to show the kind of flippant manner that this movie deals with his work. In this video that is about the 2004 adaptation of iRobot and nothing else, starting now. Now, rather than actually engaging with any of his ideas, they just kind of blitz through them. They nod towards different stories without doing the kind of work to really make them interesting. And nowhere is that more evident than in the climax of this movie and with what Asimov calls the Frankenstein complex in stories about robots. That term was actually coined by Asimov in the short story we were just talking about to refer to how the fictional public in his stories were fearful that robots would rise up and destroy or dominate them. Just as Frankenstein's monster tries to destroy his creator, we worry that robots will try to destroy their creator.
You know, this thing is just like the wolf's paw. Uh-oh. I'm really scared right now. Oh, listen. Guy creates me. Guy. That kills a monster. That's Frankenstein.
But Asimov felt that the tendency of robot stories to veer directly into Frankenstein plotlines did a disservice to the genre, that there was so much more that was interesting about the concept of robots than the simple fear that they might destroy mankind. His stories are often about the moral, political, social, and economic effects of robots, rather than merely using robots to generate ideas. The word robot comes from English from Czech play, Rossi the Robot. But the word robota in Czech meant forced labor. In Central Europe, a certain kind of serf was a robot. And it's the idea of robots as forced labor that is Asimov's real focus. He's asking, what if we had something to do all of the labor we need without it being unethical to force them to work? What are the societal implications of it? The fear that robots could take over is sometimes present, but the stories rarely actually tell one, or when they do, they do it in an interesting way. So, for instance, one of the other short stories in iRobot that the movie iRobot references is Evidence. In this story, it's the year 2052. In the story, the man who's elected to be the world coordinator has noticed that the machines have started to make small errors that have economically harmed certain people. When he investigates this, he learns that the people associated with the machines are Eventually he realizes that the machines aren't making mistakes. They are deliberately sabotaging people opposed to robots because they have come to recognize that humans need robots in order to be useful and prosperous. So over the course of many years, they've come to generalize the first law of robotics so that instead of it being about protecting any single human, their true task is to help humanity on the whole. even if that means a few humans are harmed by their actions. It's what Vicky is talking about, except, you know, they're not just jumping the robot police state. The kind of control they are exerting is subtle, and it's scary. It feels precious. And I think that's an idea that's just so much more compelling than having robots, you know, attack. As I was saying about iRobot, in this video that is only about the movie iRobot and nothing else, we've got a movie that is half action, half science fiction, and half murder mystery. And so far, it's pretty content to toss the science fiction ideas out the window in favor of big budget action scenes. But what about the murder mystery part? Maybe if there's a mystery that was compelling or interestingly told, there'd still be a worthwhile movie here to come back to. But as you can probably guess, the mystery is also pretty bare bones. I'm sure the original Jeff Fincher script made for a compelling story when it was a small-scale puzzle where the characters truly consider all the options, but once it becomes a Wilson idea, the mystery-solving process really takes place. Right from the start, Spooner is 100% convinced that a robot was behind the murder, despite all evidence to the contrary. Because the movie depicts him as a standard American action protagonist, we can know he's right. We've been conditioned by a million different movies to assume that this character is right, and that he sees what everyone else is missing. So it's kind of a long trek from the beginning here to the final revelations, since the audience is already based on the start. A robot did it. The only card the movie has to play is, it's not this robot, it's other. I imagine this would have been necessary in the original script, because from all evidence about it, that story is explicit from the start that a robot is. It comes from investigating a handful of subjects that are known from the beginning. Here they try to lead us astray by making us think this human CEO is behind it all, but the audience doesn't fall for that. We know there's a Frankenstein robot hiding somewhere here. But the real problem with the mystery is the pacing, because between the scene of investigation, we get a superfluous scene of action. It's almost like a second screenwriter came in and clicked add action scene whenever the characters went. Now that could be the right combination of action and mystery to carry a movie like this, but because of the way the movie was written, the action scenes never push the story forward. The mystery was written first, and then the action scenes were added into it and expanded. So whatever happens in the action scenes has to get the characters back to where they were before the action started. They're detours. We don't spend any time talking about the aftermath of this house getting destroyed or all these explosions on the highway. It's just on with the previous mystery. It's really only at the end when it shifts to a full-blown action movie that the two elements finally cohere because we're headed in the same direction. The mystery also relies on some really stretched out cliches, like the guy who died left a copy of Hansel and Gretel in his room, and Spooner picks up on it, and literally all that is meant by it is for Spooner to follow the directions.
Like Hansel and Gretel.
That is like a like something that can change something else in the background. Like it's the absence of it. It's just like, oh, follow place, that's a shame that if they want to get the inspiration from having television, you could have read this guy named Isaac Asimov. So iRobot is the first entry in the Robot series, and while it is a collection of short stories, it was followed up by 4 novels, most of which are about detectives and Elijah Faith. These books are classic detective stories. Extremely loosely adapted in the extremely low-budget, direct-to-VHS interactive movie Robots. Yes, you heard that right. Interactive movie. The idea here is that at 6 points in the movie, Elijah will turn to the camera and tell the audience to pull a card from a deck that came with the video. Each card is a clue, and you can draw from different decks to modulate the difficulty of the game. The video itself is only 45 minutes long, and it ends on a cliffhanger right before the classic Sherlock-esque reveal of the truth. But it informs the audience that they have enough information to figure out the mystery.
You should be able to name the suspect, spell out the motive, and describe the opportunity before time expires. Bailey, out.
In this series, robots exist, but they aren't distributed equally across society, and different populations feel very differently about them. So there's almost no robots on Earth, since Earthmen are prejudiced against them, while they are extremely common out on the spacer worlds, which rely on robots for pretty much all of their labor. All of the mysteries in the books explore a flashpoint in the conflict between these two societies. The murder victim is always someone who might have changed the status quo between them, and the murderer usually has some political motivation. The way Elijah solves each murder changes the relationship between Earth and the spacer worlds, and ultimately decides which will go on to populate the rest of the galaxy. The movie is sort of a big blend of all of the novels in the series. The initial plot resembles the Caves of Steel, since it takes place on Earth, is about the tension between Earth and a spacer embassy, and the murder victim is a spacer scientist. And just like in that book, the first of the series, Elijah is teamed up with Daniil Oliva, a robot made to look identical to a human, and then goes about investigating the case. The most fun part about that book is that Elijah is super skeptical of Daniel the entire time. So they'll interview different suspects, but then every 20 pages, a chapter will end on a big cliffhanger with Elijah accusing Daniel of lying to him, or not being a robot, or being the murderer himself. The interactive movie doesn't really have the time to capture that, and instead focuses mostly on Elijah just interviewing different people, and most of these characters are drawn from the later novels in the series, which is what makes it different from Caves of Steel. And not that I can really fault a production with a budget of $2 and a dream for the fact that the most interesting thing about it is that it happens to be one of the first film roles for Deborah Jo Rupp. That's her in the spray-painted garbage can costume. Gotta start somewhere. Kodak Productions. But it does make me wonder why no one has ever attempted to adapt Caves of Steel or one of the later robot books. Like, yes, iRobot was the title that had the most audience recognition, but imagine if you called a movie iRobot and then adapted the story of Caves of Steel. That's a pretty great recipe for a great film. Caves of Steel is a tightly written detective story where one of the main characters is a crime-solving robot. Like, come on. How'd you screw that up? Now, part of the reason no one has ever attempted it, I think, is because, well, Blade Runner already exists, but it's a shame because it's probably the one book from Asimov's work that would be most easily adapted into a film with the least number of changes needed. iRobot, on the other hand, the movie that this video is exclusively about, feels like it only deals with mystery as a kind of obligation to the original script, when really it's just waiting to become schlock action as quick as possible, and embodying the particular ethos of the most recognizable talent in the project, which is sort of a thing that keeps happening with Asimov adaptations. Yes, I'm going to talk about the Bicentennial Man now. Are you kidding?
Of robotics. A robot may not injure a human being.
Bicentennial Man is a weird movie. Along with iRobot, it's the only other major Hollywood production of an Asimov story, and while they could not be more different kinds of films, they are both answers to the same problem. And that problem is that Asimov's writing kinda sucks. Okay, I couldn't help phrasing it like that, but what I mean is that he is more of an ideas guy. His characters are not typically three-dimensional people you come to care about all that much. They're simply tools used to communicate the science behind whatever he's interested in. So there's just this giant gaping hole in his writing that a Hollywood production needs to fill somehow, or at least they feel they need to fill it. How do you get the audience to care about the characters? And the way each production decides to do this is extremely idiosyncratic. iRobot is dominated by Will Smith's persona. Bicentennial Man is dominated by its two main creative voices, Robin Williams and Chris Columbus. Bicentennial Man is really not a story that lends itself well to film, and the problems are right in the title. This is a movie that takes place over 2 centuries. It's just really hard to effectively convey that much time in a movie. And this one is plagued by time jumps every 15 minutes, making it hard to connect with any of the characters outside of Andrew, the robot played by Robin Williams, who is slowly becoming more and more human. They try to offset this by having one actress play 2 different characters, one of Andrew's first owners and then later her granddaughter, but they do so with this very clumsy excuse.
It's a genetic resemblance, Andrew. Sometimes it skips a generation.
On top of just taking place over a long period of time, the story sort of has to cover a lot of thematic material too, meaning it kind of changes focus with every time jump. In the beginning, it's about Andrew exploring his creativity. Then later, it's about him looking for other robots like himself. Then later, it's a love story. Then after that, he's seeking to be recognized as a human by the world government. It's a lot. It's also not really a story that plays to the strengths of its two main creatives, even though they do their honest best. Chris Columbus movies are generally aimed at a younger audience and have a kind of twee sentimentality sprinkled all over them. He directed Mrs. Doubtfire, Home Alone, and The Goonies, and after this he's gonna go and make the first two Harry Potter movies. There's an emphasis on whimsy and innocence in all of his films that he tries to recapture here, but all of that only really works when the audience cares deeply about the characters. When the audience doesn't, it comes off very awkwardly, especially when the music is begging you to cry. Meanwhile, I can't think of a role that makes less use of Robin Williams than to have him play a robot. His entire screen persona is all about energy, motion, changing voices, laughter. Here, he's stuck doing the opposite of all of that and is forced to be restrained and formal for a full hour and a half of the runtime. And don't get me wrong, he's really good at playing a convincing robot. His motions are so smooth and controlled during this portion of the film that you're never doubting the authenticity of what's being done. It's just that he can bring something no one else can to the screen, and it's not being used here. It's only towards the tail end that he becomes quote-unquote human and can start being Robin Williams. But in the words of Roger Ebert, Robin Williams spends the first half of the film encased in a metallic robot suit, and when he emerges, the script turns robotic instead. Oof. So you've got a really dry science fiction premise that is being pulled in two different directions by its director and lead actor, one of whom is trying to make it more emotional, the other who is trying to make it more fun, neither of which really works in a story like this. Science fiction is so rarely a genre that is allowed to stand alone in major productions. It always seems to need some other angle or genre to make it more marketable, even though that often means diluting the central ideas that make the genre interesting in the first place. iRobot and Bicentennial Man are not the only casualties of that phenomenon. It's extremely rare to see science fiction movies that aren't also action or horror or mystery or comedies too. While Bicentennial Man flopped at the box office, iRobot was a modest success, but both were critically panned, and it took a decade and a half before anyone else even attempted to bring Asimov's work to the screen again. Last year, Apple released the first season of a Foundation TV series based on Asimov's most well-known book series outside of the Robot series. And I've made a full hour-long video dissecting that first season. And between these two videos, I'll have talked about every Asimov adaptation ever made. And it's not all negative, because in that video, I also talk about the one time someone managed to do it in a pretty fun way. So if you want to watch that video, and you want to watch it right now, right this second, you can do so by supporting me on Patreon, where it is currently available to all of my patrons. So I hope that you'll consider becoming a patron of this channel. I've been making videos on YouTube for a long while now, but it's never really felt entirely stable. Videos like these two, which are more long form than my other content, require a lot more time to make and a lot more research as well, but it's the kind of videos that I truly want to make. The best video essays that I can, and that's not really possible without the reliability of Patreon. My goal right now is to make it to 1,000 patrons, so if you can afford it, I hope you'll come and check it out. I'm Sage, thanks for watching everyone, and keep writing.
An enemy has been slain.
Bloomberg, right? I have more YouTube.
I'm sure you do, man.
Right? I
just got off the phone with my
than
friend
Michael
Soros,
Bloomberg.
and he told me all about you. So don't worry, I know what's up here. Okay.
Hold on one second. So I have more YouTube subscribers than Michael Bloomberg, right? But Michael Bloomberg is way more important than me in real life. And in real life, it turns out that like that's the real measure.
Yeah, but Michael Bloomberg's not begging for my clout on his like failed YouTube channel. So I think that's the difference between you and Bloomberg there. But go ahead.
Hold on one second, my dear
Also,
boy.
Michael Bloomberg also has a
You're getting
Wikipedia
hurt.
article,
You're
so
getting
technically
hurt.
I've got
Why
more
are
in
you so
common with him
angry
than
right
you do. So, but you know.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry at all, dude. Why do you think I'm angry? Do you think if you just keep saying you're angry, you think you can empath
Here's
that
the
into my
thing
brain?
about people like you, it's the
Tell me.
dishonesty that gets
Tell me.
me.
I'm so dishonest.
You
That's why
take
my
the-
whole life
you take-
story is on my website, my
Hold
dude.
on one second.
Tell
Hold
me
on
how
one second.
tell me how dishonest I am. I got all the seconds in the world, my dude.
You take all the time to go through my clips. Before you played my clip on your channel, I'd never heard of you.
Bruv, I
You
still
played
haven't heard of
my
you. I still
clips
have
on
no
your
idea
channel.
who the fuck
And
you are.
even
The
today-
only reason I've played
Why are you
anything of
talking
your
on
channel is because a woman messaged
Destiny,
me. I
real
had a
quick.
conversation with her, and then I
will
watched
stop and I'll
her
let you
on your
respond.
show.
Do you have to overtalk?
Attention gamers. I had this brilliant idea to get all statistical at the start of this video and to show off my graphing skills that got me so much academic poon in college by showing what I believe is the relationship between rank and how much Riot cares about you. It was going to be great, a perfect -1 correlation. I was about to talk about coefficients, lube up the ladies with our squared talk, but in the midst of all the high elo gambling on games to the point where players are throwing them and the whole league community is telling LS that he has a tiny PP for placing bets himself, it's safe to say Riot could give two poos about the integrity of the game at any rank, unless it's pro played, which I think the graph would look a little more like this. But I could do better, as it seems a high priority is on anything prefaced with what US presidents would say in 2 words, Star Guardian skins. And come to think of it, I feel like a fat development budget seems to have gotten redirected toward pulling someone off of an old town road to come into the office and talk about naked champs, so here's my finished product. And to further prove my point that it seems like Solo Q has turned into Riot's ginger stepchild, I want to look at 2 accounts in different regions and different ranks that are doing the same thing, which is tanking LP to lower their rank, as you can see by Exhibit B for virginity, and then turning around and absolutely giga-smurfing the next game, ultimately ruining the integrity of every single game they are in, so that even though Riot isn't interested in fixing it, at least we can publicly shame these people and share our own horror stories of trying to enjoy this game. And even though League can't give me a perfect correlation, I can show you the one that exists between how confident and successful you are versus how perfectly groomed your ballsack is.
Hey all, Jolly Saint Chalice here with the best gifts for this holiday.
Trolling one at that. And this account is on LAS.
to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. First blood. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
doing great, really. Feel a little bit better today than I did this time yesterday. But it's all right. Seems about right. Yeah.
Yeah. All of your congressional picks are wrong. You know you're a big proponent for the Republican Party. You're a big advocate, and yet you know all of your candidates lost. So how do you feel about that? You feel good?
I feel terrific. I saw somebody actually just before I came on. You know how like after liberals or like Democrats lose election, some people come out and say, well, the thing we have to do is get like 10,000 people or 20,000 people out of New York City and move people like Ohio or something. There's, I think Robbie Starbuck, like one of these like weird conservative accounts, started saying this, but for like Republican losses. So he was saying that people should move out of like New York City who are Republicans and move to like Lower Pennsylvania.
Oh, it was Benny Johnson. I saw that as
well.
Is
that Benny Johnson? I forgot who it was. But yeah, I mean that's I think a pretty interesting study of their mentality at the moment.
Yeah, I think that is interesting. Do you feel like there has been that already during COVID with like Republicans unironically moving to Florida?
Well, I think it happens because people get old all the time. I don't know about before COVID. Probably some people they got to New York City who were just sort of hyped themselves out about seeing homeless people and got really scared and moved off to better pastures. But I don't know if that's been like a huge landscape shifting thing. I think that what happened in Florida yesterday is indicative of just sort of like a broader shift amongst, I think especially the Latino community and other places. That's been an ongoing like conservative pull over the last several years. It would be interesting if it were just people who were mad about COVID and wearing masks who all moved there.
So, what happened? Let's talk about it. All jokes aside, what happened yesterday? A lot of the polls said it's over. It's a wrap. Red wave is coming. The media was constantly beefing up this narrative that like, if you live in a Democratic-run city, like criminals are going to come and kill you, and it's going to happen any moment now. There was this crime panic that, in my opinion, closely resembles the '90s, post Willie Horton era. There was also, instead of one Willie Horton, I think like the Republican Party nationally ran on the Willie Horton scaremongering across the board in every locality, no matter how little crime was happening in these suburbs, right? Also, on top of that, I think the Satanic Panic style, like weird Parent-Teachers Association Republicans have been gaining prominence, or at least I thought. But it turns out they were just loud, and they were not as big as a majority within the Republican Party as one would have thought. What do you think about everything?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to say, just to start out, that it is still extremely likely the Republicans end up taking the House. I haven't looked at the numbers in a little bit, but they only need to take 5 seats. I think that they are about 8 seats right now away in terms of the most competitive districts from taking the House. Democrats, I think, would need to win at least 20-something of those competitive districts to have a shot of keeping the chamber. So it is still likely that they're going to end up with control of at least one chamber of Congress, which is bad and will lead to bad things. And I don't want to sort of ignore that. But it was an extremely good night for Democrats, even given that. I was one of the people, like everybody else, who was expecting this big wave, less because of anything that Democrats themselves are doing or because of Joe Biden, but just because that's how these midterms tend to work. I think in every midterm election since 1946, the president's party has lost on average like 20-something seats. If your approval rating is below 50%, it's even more than that. That's not what happened here. If Republicans do take the majority, it's going to be by maybe even 1 seat, a couple of seats. So they really underperformed.
And on top of that, 8% inflation. Like, I think that it is ridiculous given the circumstances in any normal year for the Democratic Party to perform the way that they did. As Chris Hayes also correctly pointed out, nobody is supposed to be doing well in a situation like this. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, I think that part of the explanation is what you've just said. Like, I think the Republicans really invest themselves in a lot of cultural narratives. We're going to hit them on crime. We're going to hit them on transgender people. We're going to hit them on the defund the police, immigration. with this assumption that there was this kind of natural backlash that was going to happen in response to a lot of the progressive cultural changes that have happened over the last decade or so, in response to the Democrats moving to the left on some of those issues. And it didn't happen, just like it didn't happen in 2018, right? People forget that there was this version of that under Trump in that midterm, where they thought that Confederate monuments and trans bathrooms and migrant caravans, all of that stuff was supposed to help them win the midterms. It didn't. So I think that what we've seen in 3 elections now, 2018, 2020, and this election, what we've seen is Republicans consistently overestimate the extent to which the public is really angry about some of the same stuff the Republican base is angry about. I'm not going to say that cultural issues don't matter at all, or that there aren't important portions of the electorate that are sort of more culturally conservative that matter, that are being turned off by certain things. I think that's probably true. But the Republican press and really the mainstream press, places like The Atlantic, even the New York Times, these sort of centrist scolds who are always warning about the left and defund the police and all that stuff, they really missed the mark here in a way that I think is important and going to be crucial for Democrats to tease out.
Yeah, I think the media outrage manufacturing cycle is not as effective. I was thinking about this long and hard. Part of the things that I am, part of what I'm seeing, and I want to hear your perspective on this, is that like Republicans have to run on wedge issues. They have to run on culture war stuff. Otherwise, they would be losing electorally way more significantly, right? I think that they have to do that. Otherwise, what are they going to run on? Tort reform and what? Deregulation? Like, after a certain point, a lot of the base, you're not going to be able to activate without, the culture war stuff, gun control, and how Democrats want to take away your guns, abortion. And what I believe is that the Republicans have either succeeded too far and like are victims of their own success with respect to the wedge issues that we speak of. Abortion, it's done. Roe v. Wade eliminated. It's a 30-year project. The Federalist Society finally did it. But with that, you took away the carrot and the stick that you could use to mobilize the white evangelical Protestants without actually, without actually giving it to them. Because if you were to give abortion away, if you were to finally succeed in that agenda, then all of a sudden the conversation is going to shift away from will they, won't they, to, oh my God, they did do this, and now look at all of the 12-year-olds and 14-year-old girls that are victims of rape in states like Ohio who can't get abortions. Look at all the women with ectopic pregnancies that can't get this medical process because doctors are afraid of being sued. And there are plenty of Republican women and plenty of Republicans in general that also want at least the freedom to be able to get an abortion. So I think they exhausted their own wedge issues to a degree where like now they have nothing else remaining other than like demon hunting shit and trans panic. Like, these are, gender sickos that are trying to trans your children and they're all groomer pedophiles. And that is not as catchy or as captivating for the suburban voters who do fall on civility politics quite frequently when making their political decisions. That's my assessment. You can tell me I'm completely wrong now.
I think you're right. I mean, I think it's still important to remember that when the Dobbs decision came down, when we got that leak, the story in the conservative press was, oh my God, there's been a leak at the Supreme Court. Like, they didn't want to actually address the fact that they had won this fight that had been waging for decades and decades and decades and overturned Roe v. Wade. The story that they wanted people to focus on was there's been some breach of propriety at the Supreme Court, and that's the important thing.
Yeah.
I think that's because they knew this was going to happen. Like, the more that they talked about the substance of what they'd accomplished and what they'd done, the more people are going to be scared and weirded out and afraid about their reproductive freedom. So, it matters that in Kansas, like a month or so, maybe 2 months after Dobbs, I can't remember exactly how long, you saw voters in that very conservative state rejecting an anti-abortion measure. Now, last night in Kentucky, I think Montana, although I'm not sure that they finalized that result yet, but in Kentucky and Montana, voters basically rejecting other anti-abortion measures. It's not like the bulk of the American people are, pro-choice activists who donate to Planned Parenthood or are really gung-ho about abortion. I think the numbers show over the last decade or so, maybe even more than that the number of Americans who are pro-life and pro-choice has been pretty stable.
Yeah.
But Americans really did not want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. Like, that was the extreme position to them. That was the radical thing that somebody was pushing. There's a poll a couple of years ago that I think that showed that overturning Roe versus Wade was like more unpopular than cash reparations for African Americans, right? This is a really radical thing the Republicans pushed through, and I don't think they can be surprised that there have been electoral costs to that. And I think they knew that was coming. Otherwise, they would have been jumping around, dancing, parading around about Dobbs months and months ago, and they avoided doing that.
I just never will understand why they did this, because abortion was already functionally banned in red states through, trap laws and through a sequence of, bureaucratic red tape. They had basically already done that. Texas was over leveraging and like trying to do this bounty system that was going to be undermining every constitutional amendment, basically. If they could implement it aggressively, then you could have, the same bounty system in California for like gun owners, right? I just don't understand why Republicans overextended in the way that they did. It was shocking that they finally pulled the trigger on it when it happened. I really did not think that they would do it, because it's done in also such a undemocratic way that there's no semblance of democracy in that process. That like there's no theoretical democracy in that process. That you are directly, as Chief Justice John Roberts was afraid of, undermining the integrity of the Constitution, which I don't give a shit about. I mean, or undermining the integrity of the Supreme Court of the United States, which I think is great. I mean, fuck the Supreme Court. It is insane. It is a relic of an institution. It's inherently undemocratic. It's ridiculous. It's silly. And this kind of shows how political it is, finally, for so many people. But it is still weird that they did that, and I cannot comprehend why they did it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. I mean, for a while under Trump, I was going to CPAC every year, and at CPAC there's a section. There's the big convention hall, the top floor of the I forget that hotel is in DC where they used to do it. And in the bottom floor, they have all of these booths out for different organizations of the conservative movement. So the NRA, and the Heritage Foundation, all those kinds of groups. And every year that I went, I noticed that there are fewer and fewer pro-life booths in the bottom under Trump, because I think that the evangelical wing of the Republican Party was becoming more and more just a Trump kind of fan club. They weren't as interested in the old social issues. I think people gave up a lot of interest after Obergefell and the gay marriage victory. So I think that there was, amongst political Republicans and like strategists, I think that there was a sense that abortion was not the thing to push and move forward with. But in the conservative legal movement and amongst, dedicated activists, they kept pushing this to the point where it got to the Supreme Court. They didn't really care, I guess, about the strategic worries of the bulk of the Republican establishment on the issue. So yeah, I think if it were up to like Mitch McConnell, if he could have waved a magic wand, you wouldn't have had the decision at least go down in the way that it did when it did. And yeah, it's one of the many things I think that probably cost Republicans last night for sure.
Yeah. What do you think about the crime wave? I mean, what's going on? You walk outside, there's rapists, drug dealers, and murderers in the streets, roaming the streets everywhere, obviously, right? I mean, cars are on fire. Yeah. It's like Joker mode. Everyone's going Joker mode. And we love it because, we love the Democratic Party and we love crime. But aside from that, I mean, I know what the intentions of the media was to beef up this narrative, to package it alongside the lie that like defund the police was a real movement. And they were basically working as the PR mouthpiece for police benevolence associations and unions all around the country. Whenever they did this like crime wave narrative, it was certainly prescient. It was certainly something that people were paying attention to. It seems like in the exit polls, that was something that they brought up quite frequently, even though the statistics...
My wife Cheryl and I have been together for 10 years, and we got married 2 years ago. We just got a house together not even a month ago, and things couldn't have started on a worse note.
minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Destroy the turret. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy rampage. Down. An ally has been slain. been slain. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.